Guys, I hope you are all doing fantastic. Welcome to your November energies. Let's break it down for each of the signs. You see, I'm like double whammying it here, right? I got attacked from a dog last Thursday. It was a week ago on Thursday. I have to have my first hand surgery. My hand is broken all the way down to the bone. That little booger got me. I'll be okay, but I just wanted to let you guys know. And this is just some liquid IV that I have to get every day through the surgery. I am okay. It just looks like I am a train wreck. Well, I am a train wreck, but not too bad. Anyway, I know, right? It's been a thing lately, but let's talk about November, all right? We're gonna get started. Just this November is just bringing such a powerful sequence of transformation, introspection, and a lot of really energizing astrological transits that seem aligned with very deep, very self-reflective work. Lots of stuff. I'm just looking at I have a sheet of all the charts. Just a lot of like relationship dynamics, a lot of us are going to be expanding our horizons, but we'll kind of be at like point zero here, right? In November as we're making these changes. So I just wanted to kind of give a brief overview. I really want to talk about, let's see, the main. How many things are we going to be breaking down? We'll be breaking down the top 7 things. There's a lot more going on. I'm sure I'm going to weave things in as we go along, but let's get started first with our Aries friends. Aries, let's unpack your energies for the month of November. It starts straight out of the gate on November 1st. We have this new moon in Scorpio, and the month is definitely going to open up with an intense, deep introspection, especially for you guys having it in the eighth house. It is in the sign of Scorpio, and it's in the house of Scorpio as well. So we're going to have that moon energy hanging with the sun, hanging with Vulcan, hanging with Mercury as well at that beginning of the month station. And so all together, it's going to be a lot of, remember what Scorpio is. It's very controlling. It's very connected to intense introspection. There can be some anxiety, a little bit of depression associated with it. That's just par for the course with any sort of Scorpio energy. But there is this very beautiful. See, I feel like you guys are going to have a really nice energy with it, because it's going to be offering you a really nice moment to set intentions related to anything from physical healing to personal healing, growth in relationships, things like that. Now, this may deepen this ongoing theme that's been going on of confronting these inner challenges, helping you transform and let go of old challenges. Now, this particular moon energy happens to be trining Saturn, and Saturn is in your fourth house of sleep, of letting go of things, right? Letting go of things that just simply no longer serve you. 12th house energy also has to do with institutions, anything having to do with rehab, drug rehab, physical rehab, hospitals, prisons, anything connected to like incarceration, also anything connected to spirituality. We find tarot and Reiki in the 12th house. We find anything that's very spiritual, anything that's very, very creative as well. Very 12th house energy, right? So it's in there, right? It's trining. So this is beautiful because what happens here when we have a trine to Saturn in this way, when it comes to a new moon energy, is whatever's being realized, whatever you're realizing you need to let go of, whatever it is that you're realizing, it's kind of coming to you a little slowly, even if you might have been receiving it recently in epiphanies, receiving it rather slowly. But the really good thing here is because it's trining Saturn, it's going to be long lasting. And you're not going to feel it right away, right? Because it is Saturn. Saturn is very slow. But there are seeds that are being planted here, which can be really, really nice. Now, that eighth house energy could have to do with divorce. It could have to do with life and death. It has to do with change, though, right? Really, whatever change means to you, whatever's happening in your life right now. So there's going to be this natural letting go, right? That's going to begin, but it's not like it's an easy letting go. It's not, I want to say easy, but it's something that is good for you, right? And so there's more of an optimism that should be associated with it. Now we have that this Mercury transits November 5th in Scorpio, and it forms trines and sextiles with both Mars and Pluto. And that Mercury energy is in the that eighth house, and that Mars and Pluto energy is in the 10th house, and Mars energy is in the fourth house. That's where the trine is. So when we're looking at this kind of energy, this is going to allow you to really sharpen your focus. For sure, right? And because it's associated with Mercury, of course, in Scorpio, there is going to be for a lot of you, there's going to be this uncovering truths, realizations, things being found out, things coming to light. But because it's in such a beautiful sextile with Pluto, which is all about change and transformation, and in a trine with Mars, Mars is like our gumption energy, the energy that we need to kind of like go forward and go after things. Having this, it's sort of like this realization that you're having, this thing that you're discovering is actually so incredibly supportive to actually move you forward. Now, because Pluto and Mars are going to be opposing each other in that 10th house, fourth house axis, you may be realizing things about what you want to do with your future, realizing things about your marriage or your career or even your home environment, right? Because 10th house is career, public reputation, standing in the world and your long-term goals. And the fourth house is home, family, property, real estate, but also your security. So a lot of you may be realizing what changes you need to make right now in order for you to ultimately feel more secure. So many of you can be sort of receiving these epiphanies this month, particularly with that Saturn energy and Neptune energy still in that 12th house, this realization of what it is that you need to let go of and where some changes may need to be made, in your life. And you're going to have a lot of supportive energy to do it. Now, we do have that Mars opposition that I just mentioned. Now, this Mars opposition is a big deal. I'm thinking to do a separate video on it, as we're going to have it several times over the course of the year. This is a big one, guys, because Mars is very close to the Earth. This is a very raw, fiery energy, right? Mars is the warrior. He rules fire and weapons and fighting and all of that. And maybe I'll do a video on the mundane having to do with like out in society in the world. Let me know if you would want that. But this is going to be very, very profound. However, for you guys, 10th house, fourth house energy. So having this kind of opposition, there can be some challenges around power dynamics, right? Because whenever we're talking about Pluto, we're talking about power dynamics and, who does more, anything connected to like spending, impulsive spending, who's spending more on what. Again, between 10th house, fourth house, you know, for spending too much money in the home, in the family, this kind of thing, spending too much money within the marriage, within the connection. It could certainly be that. It doesn't have to be that, but it can certainly be that. This is a time, though, for a cautious and balanced approach for all of us. So for you guys, that cautious and balanced approach really needs to happen between your fourth house of home and your 10th house of career, your inner base of operations, your security, and what it is that you do to achieve that. So there's got to be some sort of balance there, right? And try to approach it from that perspective. Because I'm telling you, like, if people are fighting, stay away. Now, remember, 10th house also does rule the government. I don't want to take it into a mundane arena, but anything, 10th house is government, 9th house is politics, right? And they sort of like blend into each other. See, really, because it's opposing that fourth house, of family with Mars, you want to make sure that you're not fighting with your family members as much as you can about politics, right? How many of us can't wait till this whole the election is over? Right? For those of us who are in the States, it's like, okay, whoever's going to win. Let's just like get on with life now, right? But you do want to try to hold back doing anything like that. This is the thing between Pluto and Mars. These are angular houses, guys, right? I mean, Pluto is going to be moving into Aquarius, which is good. But you have to remember that even when Pluto moves into Aquarius, there is going to still be like an out of bounds opposition, which could be even a little wackier, right? So what we could talk about that a little bit more another time. I'm going to make it. I just decided I'm going to make it another video on this Pluto Mars opposition. But you do want to be careful of how it is that you're speaking. And the thing is this, you have to understand something about your own energy right now is you're feeling fear. And so the fear is just, am I going to be okay? Are we going to be okay? Is everything going to be okay? That kind of energy, right? And you're not going to want to feel controlled by anything, but yet you have this fear that you're trying to balance out. You want to do something, but it's like things are in your way, kind of thing. So you just want to be very mindful of that, okay? So that hits, by the way, on November 3rd, but that's going to be a theme really for the next, especially 6 months. So it's going to get better after that, but we just have to be very mindful of that. Now, the next thing that I wanted to talk about, the fourth thing, is Venus and Capricorn, and this is going to be from November 11th. And this favors commitments and relationships, finances. It's very good for nurturing, very practical, right? Because Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, very long-term kind of plans. So this is this is kind of like really nice for, what is Venus? Venus is the baby benefic. She's very connected to money, love, sense of self, and self-esteem, as well as our possessions. And when she's in Capricorn, she's ready to do the work. She's ready to think long term. She's ready to think about stability. She doesn't want anything fly by night. She really wants that idea of the long term. And okay, I'm here to give you wings to help you do whatever you need to do as far as working in this arena. So that's going to be very, very nice for you. Now, it will be happening in the 10th house, which is quite nice, of career, again, public reputation, your long-term goals, the status of things, beautiful energy to work on your marriage, beautiful energy to reconfigure things in the workplace, anything like that. It's a really nice, it's a very, very favorite energy. And by the way, you do have that Jupiter energy in the third house of communication all the way through June of 2025. And so you want to remember that you do have Jupiter, even though Jupiter is retrograde right now. So you might be feeling a little, not as fortuitous as maybe you normally would. You might not be having the ability to find the words as well as you could, but you're still blessed. I mean, this is the thing. And when it comes to your communication, you're blessed. When it comes to the way that you're thinking, you're blessed right now. Okay. So you really want to have a lot of trust in yourself and in your intuition right now. It's very important for you. Now, the next thing, we have Pluto moving into Aquarius November 19th. Well, finally, right? I'm a Capricorn rising, so I'm like, bye. I don't want Pluto in my first house anymore. Like, this is his like goodbye. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Okay, listen, it is what it is. No bad transits, right? Just some challenging ones, some blessings. We just have to we have to navigate, right? Whatever we're giving. But this is a big deal, right? November 19th. I feel like we've been talking about this for a couple of years because we have been. Really important shift for you. That Pluto energy is going into the 11th house of friendships, of group work. But man, Aries, this is the masses, right? It's the masses. So I can't tell you how good this is for those of you who want to get into anything connected to technology, advances in science, medical advances. If you're needing those things, even, right? Maybe for your own health or your own career, anything like that. This is very good for group work, meeting new friends. You have to understand I'm not saying that you're going to be getting rid of old friends, but you're going to be gaining new ones. See, the thing is with November, there's more gaining that's coming in than the loss. There's a lot more gaining of friendships. There's a lot of gaining when it comes to how the future is going to look. It's going to look different, but it's starting to make a little bit of sense. And a lot of you may have been dealing with some wackadoo stuff that happened in October, September into October, that is inciting a lot of change. And even if it's not a huge like global change, obviously having to do with, your outer energy, you're changing certainly inside, Now, you do want to know what's in your own birth chart. So let me just say, like, for those of you who are like in the very late degrees of Aries, you're going to be feeling this like 25 through 29 degrees, Aries ascendant, even sun or moon, you're going to be feeling this opposition the most strongly. Those of you who are more like in the first one or two decans, the first like 10 to 20 degrees, you're not going to be feeling it quite as much yet. Okay. But again, very, very, very profound energy there for sure. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is Mercury is going retrograde in Sagittarius in your ninth house. So that pre-shadow starts like the end of the first week of the month. Mercury goes retrograde a lot. It's in there for a kind of long time, couple of months in there. So, every now and then he likes to dig his heels in and stay. But this is really inviting a lot of reflections on past experiences, intentions, your belief systems, really looking at your politics and your religion and your could be anything like that, your higher education, higher mindedness, your philosophies. On another level, it could have to do with launching, marketing, publishing, advertising, getting something out there to the world. It's also very connected to legal matters, right? Because the ninth house rules lawyers, legalities, local politics, anything like that. So I hope there aren't any sort of like misunderstandings if it comes to a legal situation, because Mercury retrograde in that ninth house could be a little tricky in that space. But Mercury retrograde is really just about slowing down, reading things 2 or 3 times, thinking before you speak. If you do that, you'll be okay, right? It happens half the time, half the year where Mercury retrograde. So we don't want to really flip out about that. But a lot of you are going to be really looking at realigning your values, realigning your aspirations, where it is that you want to grow to. Really looking at where you are and where you want to grow to. Those of you who still have a father energy with you, could be father or grandfather energy. This could even happen with brother-in-laws as well. Ninth house energy can bring some sort of Mercury retrograde could bring some specific misunderstandings with any of those people as well. The Sagittarius is the manifestation of father energy and those male energies that I just indicated. Now, we have the new moon in Sagittarius as well. So that new moon energy is happening on November 30th. And this is going to be really pushing some new aspirations and really pushing you to engage with a new sense of purpose and optimism. It's going to be sort of grabbing you by the shoulders and say, okay, it's time to think about things differently. And you're like, what things differently? Where it is that you're going? Seriously, like, what do you want to do? Figure out what you want to keep the same and what do you want to change, right? Because this new moon energy is going to be bringing a lot of light. New moons always do. They bring light, right? They bring realizations, they bring ideas, they bring things sort of around. So, and this is going to be rolling out for the next 6 months. So this is something to really think about. Some of you may be realizing you want to go back to school, you want to go on a long distance trip, or you want to publish something, you want to advertise something, or you want to get back more deeply back into your religion, or you want to be more involved in politics, so something having to do with law. It could be any of those things, but you're realizing these things, right? Also, there can be a realization of something connected to father or father-in-law energy or grandfather energy as well. There's some sort of realization that's going on there, right? But it's a great energy for exploring new possibilities and just underscoring this idea of personal growth, right? To just really broaden your perspective about things, for sure. Anything else I wanted to mention before we wrap you guys up? The only thing I think I want to mention here is Hygeia. Hygeia is retrograde in your first house of self. And because Chiron is in there and the North Node is in there, they're kind of actually, it was one other thing I wanted to mention, but this Hygeia energy, it's retrograde, is opposing in your seventh house. It's opposing Juno, and it's also opposing Estrella. So Juno represents marriage, and Estrella is all about, when we hold on to something for too long. Now, let me correct myself. It's very connected to marriage energy, and it's in the house of marriage, but it's also our energy of commitment. And in the seventh house, it's to our boss or bosses as well as just to our work. And Estrella really is about, all right, has it reached its expiration date? Have you known this for a while? Is it time to go? So I'm not saying that everybody's going to be thinking about the status of their marriage, but you certainly might be looking at, your work. Now, that looking at your work and the way that you work may be reflective of some sort of health issue that you're dealing with. Or you may be saying, you know what, for my own mental health, my own sanity, I really have to look at things differently, right? And maybe make some adjustments. The other thing that I wanted to mention was this out of bound opposition with Jupiter. So Jupiter is going to in this out of bound opposition between Jupiter and Pluto. Now, this is the thing that you're feeling the change, right? Absolutely, right? You feeling change, but it's going to be very, very strong the first 2 weeks. Because when something is out of bounds, it's like a little frenetic. Not that's not a little, a lot of frenetic, right? It can be very frenetic. So if you're feeling like, what am I going to do? What is the future going to be like? What am I? Right? Take a really deep Zen breath, chill out, right? Chill out. This is a temporary transit, but for the first 2 weeks, you have to understand that out of bounds oppositions can be a little bananas, especially when it's between Pluto, who wants to change, and Jupiter, who wants to expand, right? So, Jupiter wants to expand everything that it's talking with, right? And so it's talking to this change and transformation. It's like, I need different, right? Again, right. You have so many good energies this month, so many good opportunities for growth and transformation, but you might just be a little short in the patience arena for the first 2 weeks. So just give yourself some grace during those first 2 weeks. But it's definitely a month that is rich with opportunity, transformation, and aligning with long-term goals in a really positive way. So that is what I have for you guys. I hope this was helpful. See you next time, Aries. Let's unpack the month for you. We're going to talk about the top, let's see. 7 things. Okay. First thing is we have the new moon in Scorpio starting on the 1st, and this is happening in your 7th house. Okay. So we have the sun, we have Vulcan, we have Mercury in there. Now, this is going to bring a lot of very intense introspection around the idea of relationships. For a lot of you, it's going to be marriage. For others of you, this could be the relationship with your boss or your bosses, or even with how it is that you execute your work. Now, new moon brings new realizations, new ideas. Remember, the moon is a light, right? So it's bringing these new things in this space. So this is such a good energy to set intentions related to anything that maybe you want to heal in that arena. So if you're looking to heal a relationship situation that's going on, are you looking to find some sort of new approach having to do with your boss or your bosses, or maybe even a new approach having to do with how it is that you work. Now, this is opposing your first house energy, right? And that first house energy is where Uranus is hanging out, right? And so this idea of change, this idea of transformation, Uranus is very, very sensitive, in particular for the next from now until August, until he moves. There is this like high degree of sensitivity. He's in the last decan, right, of your first house. This idea of the path that you're on and what it is that you really like want for yourself and where it is that you're going. Now, this isn't happening in isolation, right, guys? I mean, none of the transits in the month of November are happening in isolation. A lot of it, the core is for a lot of people, this idea that on the 19th, and I'll talk about this in a minute, is the fact that Pluto is going to be making that move into Aquarius. And for you guys, that's going to be a very heavy move, right? It's a heavy move for everybody, but it's going into that 10th house of career, public reputation, standing in the world, and all of that. We'll talk about more of that in a moment. But it's you're feeling that energy is basically what I want to say. Now, moving on to the second, Mercury transits in Scorpio, forming this trine and a sextile to Mars and Pluto, respectively. And so this is going to be allowing you to really sharpen your focus, right? So that Mercury energy again is in the 7th house. Pluto is in the 9th house, so 2 houses away. Now, what is the 9th house? It has to do with negotiating. It has to do with politics, law, legality, local governance, foreign land, foreign travel, dealing with foreign entities. It also has to do, on another level, higher education, higher mindedness, religion. It also has to do with publishing, marketing, advertising, importing, and exporting. It's a lot. And it's also the manifestation of father energy, grandfather energy, and brother-in-law energy as well. But this is a very nice energy, right? Because it's sextiling Pluto. So this is a really nice, especially the first week before Mercury goes into pre-shadow, because Mercury's gone retrograde the end of the month. It's a great energy to have a conversation with the men, really basically in your life as well. And having some sort of conversation, even if you have to have a conversation with a lawyer or anything like that, that first week is probably the best time to have it. But it is also trining that Mars energy in the 3rd, which is the house of communication, right? And the sign of Cancer. So a really good time to discuss any sort of vulnerabilities and where are you feeling like you're just not feeling very supported. Where are you feeling like, you need more of something, right? Could be very good healing energy as well for sibling conversations, extended family, neighbors, anything going on within the neighborhood. And also a nice energy to come to the realization that maybe you have to start learning something different. You have to start learning a new approach to something. Now, this isn't anything like big, grand, and like life changing, but it's just something even very simple, like just understanding that you need to tweak your visions, right? And this is a very, very supportive energy. This is nothing that's going to be really stressing you out, but it's going to come upon you actually quite naturally. Now, we do have some oppositions that we need to talk about here. But just this whole month, I just like it for you to clarify your priorities and sort of plan long term, right? It's really good for everyone right now, but we do have this Mars opposition with Pluto. This is kind of a big deal. I am going to do a separate video on this. Now, for you, initially, it's going to be happening between your ninth house and third house. Then Pluto's going to be dipping into Aquarius, but it's still going to be in opposition, but it's going to be in an out of bound opposition, which can be a little bananas. So I'm going to do a separate video on that. But let's just talk about this, right? When we have Mars opposition with Pluto, this brings a lot of heightened energy to self-discipline and assertiveness, especially because Mars is especially close to Earth right now. So we are feeling that Mars energy. And I think we all know that just sort of as a collective, right? We're feeling this heightened kind of, you can't put your finger on it energy kind of thing, right? And that's Mars. Mars is very close right now. Pluto is very controlling and they're having a bit of a face-off, in the sign of Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn, and in the sign of Cancer, which is ruled by the moon. So we're really dealing with like long-term things, right? Because Saturn is involved in this opposition, having to do with our emotions and how we feel and how secure do we feel, right? And so there could be a lot of you guys might be feeling a really very, and it's real, a very real strong way about whatever ends up happening in the political sector after election day, whatever it is. Understand that this transit will pass, but it will be a very, very heightened energy. I'm not even going to try to sugarcoat this one. I am going to do a separate video on it because it is raw. Now we could show up and we could be the best version of ourselves in this energy, or we could try to be like an ostrich, put our head in the sand, like, no, none of this is happening. This change isn't really happening. I definitely recommend just kind of like going with the change here. Now, because it's between the ninth house, third house, what do we need to watch out for, right? When we have these energies, third house is our siblings and extended family, right? So while we have that Mercury trining can be great for having the conversations, you want to make sure that if the conversation is not going your way, that you don't take it to some sort of extreme. Or if somebody's getting really, really aggressive with you, just do yourself a favor and just check out of the conversation. If you can excuse yourself and say, let's just talk about this another time, that would probably be the best thing. If you can do that, there is an opportunity for healing there, but there is also an energy that would indicate that there could be a lot of ego involved. And I'm not even saying by you, it could be you being on the receiving end of somebody else's ego sort of out of whack, right? So just be a little careful with in the area of communication, because you are having this opposition on the having to do with the access of communication and negotiation. Okay. So it could be a little tricky because we're talking about Pluto. So we're talking about power dynamics. We're talking about impulsivity. All right. So we have to be a little careful there. Now, next point I want to discuss is Venus and Capricorn. So this is going to be, and obviously Capricorn is in your ninth house, and this is going to be from November 11th. This really does favor commitments in relationships, finances. This is very good, perfect for like nurturing some sort of practical long-term goal. Now, I do have to say, if you're in any sort of legal situation, this is very good for you because that ninth house, because it's your lawyers, being able to have some very successful negotiation. But again, guys, you want to temper it, right? It's everything this month is like this. We really have to be very careful. So you have the energy available for something to go in your favor, having to do with a legal situation with that Venus and Capricorn, because two things. A, Jupiter is the natural landlord, the natural ruler of the ninth house, and he's very protective. Ninth house is where God speaks to us. We're very protected there. And Venus is in there, and she's the baby benefic, right? So it's you have a lot of very, very supportive energy there in that ninth house sector, okay? But you just don't want to step on anybody's toes, right? But it is really good anyway, regardless. I'm going to feel very introspective during this energy, of course, because it's Pluto. You're really going to be looking at strong foundations and very much trying to create stability. And whatever that means for you, stability in your life. Is it whether it's feeling like you have enough money, or whether it's feeling like you're you're more stable in that relationship or that job, whatever it is, you're going to be very much about that. That's going to be a huge focus for you with this Venus and Capricorn transit. Now, the next thing I wanted to talk to you about is Pluto moves into Aquarius on November 19th. This is a big deal. Obviously, we've been talking about, yeah, I've been talking about it for about 2 years. Important shift. Potentially aligning with your transformative journey and themes of anything having to do with innovation, in independence, and some sort of larger purpose, like a collective purpose. It's not only about personal evolution, but like broader implications, right? Feeling the shift, right? Outside of ourselves, feeling the shift outside of just our own, obviously private lives. Now, the thing is, what is kind of good here for you guys is, and I don't know your personal birth chart. A lot of what I say is obviously it's for the collective, but you should really be familiar with your birth chart to see like what's in your 10th house, because there's going to be a lot of change in there. But wherever Pluto is hanging, right, and whatever it's activating, and I talked about this last time, he's activating the 10th house for you, the 11th house, the 8th house, as well as the 7th house. So we have 7, 8. I really want to say houses 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are really going to be like lit up for you, especially for the next 2 years. So we're going to be looking at relationships, change and transformation. We're going to be looking at where it is that you live, where it is that you work. You're going to be looking at your friends. This is no joke, but listen, of course it makes sense because Uranus is getting ready to leave your sign. We have all of the heavy hitters are going to be moving. 2025 is going to be really interesting because we have all of the heavy hitters are all moving signs. There's going to be a lot of change. And it makes sense because it's finally moving out of your sign and into my sun sign. Not looking forward to that, but change is good, right? We have to understand that the change is ultimately good. So I did a separate video on that Pluto and Aquarius if you want to check that out. Now, moving on. We have Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius. So keep in mind, Mercury has that pre-shadow, ending about the end of the first week in November, moving in though on the 25th into that Sagittarius energy in your 8th house, right? So yeah, there's going to be that 8th house is very connected to the past, very connected to things that you haven't healed yet in your lives, very connected to sex and intimacy, other people's money, anything that's change and transformation, life and death. Debt, taxes. Again, I did say other people's money. Now, this is the thing. When Mercury is retrograde, Mercury is really, really good at figuring things out when he's retrograde. He really is. So Mercury retrograde is actually a very good time to sit down and strategize about finances, about investments, about debt, taxes. How am I going to strategize and be able to pay for this? How are we going to strategize as a couple in order to move forward in a more successful way? Having these conversations that maybe you needed to have it, but maybe for whatever reason, maybe you weren't feeling super comfortable to call it the elephant in the room when it comes to things going on connected to your intimate life with your partner, or connected to some sort of situation having to do with an inheritance or an insurance payout, some sort of anything that's connected to money as well, that's connected to other people. Mercury retrograde is actually a good energy to sit down and have those very deep conversations. And the thing is, we do want to be careful because it's in the 8th house, which is the house that Pluto naturally rules. Whatever's hanging out in the 8th house, we feel very controlled by. So anybody, right? Whenever we have Mercury retrograde in the 8th, we could feel very like stuck on our point. You know what I mean? Like, this is how I have to have it. This is how I have to have it. And I'm not suggesting that you sacrifice what it is that you believe, but If you feel that you know yourself better than anyone, right? If you're moving into this space within a conversation where you know you're not coming off a mark and you know that there's no progress being made having to do with that situation, sit it out for a little bit. Okay. Now, Mercury is going to be in there for a little bit of an extended stay, a couple of months in there, but you're better off taking a piecemeal then at that point. Okay. Pushing your agenda is really not the way to go, especially having Pluto and Mars opposing on your communication axis. Now, we do have the new moon in Sag, which is, again, also that eighth house energy on November 30th. And this is really going to be pushing you to set new aspirations for yourself and really kind of lean into things with a new kind of purpose and definitely a sense of optimism. There's a lot of optimism around this new moon in Sag. Sag is very optimistic, it really is. So great energy for looking at new possibilities, underscoring your personal growth, healing anything that still needs to be healed. Such a nice energy to just broaden, right? Because this is an energy that's ruled by Jupiter. Broaden your perspective. Open yourself up to different things. Open yourself up to thoughts that maybe didn't feel as comfortable, right, up until this point. That new moon, it brings new information. Sagittarius, again, very benefic energy, but it's very connected to foreign land, foreign travel, politics, religion, belief systems. So opening yourself up to these things and allowing, it's the house of change and transformation, and allowing any sort of change or transformation. It doesn't have to be everything. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but this is all about leveling up. And this is a month, by the way, Taurus, to add things to your life. This is about adding, less about taking away. Whatever you're taking away that needs to be healed, that's been gone for a while, but you've been holding on to it for whatever reason, like a teddy bear, right? Like a security blanket. That's the only stuff that's really going to be leaving, okay? Stuff that needs to go. But there's a whole new sensibility that's going to be moving in. So this is going to be about adding more than what is being taken away. So much good energy for intentional transformation and aligning with long-term goals that serve you best. Okay, my friends, I hope that was helpful in some way. Thanks for hanging with me, and I will see you guys next time. Taurus, take care. Bye-bye. Hey Jen, what's good? What's good? Let's talk about November. Let's start off with this new moon in Scorpio on November 1st. So this is happening in your sixth house. So remember, new moon, moon is one of the luminaries, right? So it's bringing some light, it's bringing some information. Sixth house has to do with daily work environment. It's also your health, mental, physical, emotional, and your body maintenance. It also has to do with your pets. All of our fur babies hang out in the sixth house as well. It's a house of, it's the axis of open enemies, right, between the sixth and 12th house as well. So some of you may be realizing that you have a couple of open enemies in the workplace, particularly. That might be going on. People who you thought one way about you, you might be realizing, oh my gosh, maybe they're thinking a little bit of a different way. That could be happening. You may be realizing things about your work, even if everything is going swimmingly. You might be realizing that you're not into it anymore. Or you want to make some sort of changes. Maybe you're looking for some sort of leveling up, right? Anything in that arena. It can bring a new job opportunity, by the way, absolutely in that space. Now, because Scorpio is very connected to this idea of change and transformation and cycles, it's also very connected to money as well, very connected to finance and debt and taxes. So a new moon in that Scorpio energy can bring some sort of new realization on how to strategize for your debt, pay off debt, how to strategize for savings, how to strategize for your future. It could certainly bring that. There could also be this realization that it's time to let the hell go of something that you've been holding on to like a security blanket. And it's not the kind of thing where it's like this lamenting kind of thing. It's like, you know what? Can't believe that even bothered me that much, It's goodbye, but then you realize like you've been holding on to it, even though you shouldn't have been. You know what I mean? Something that's very past its expiration date. Yeah, let me see where your Astray is. Yeah, Astray is in the fifth house. Yeah, so I would say that especially it has anything to do, just letting anything go having to do with the idea of like an old relationship, situations going on having to do with children, any kind of situation having to do with even a work situation, right? Because your strays in the fifth house in Libra, just like letting it go, you know? Yeah, for sure. Because it's opposing Chiron. And it's like, let me let go of this and just heal, whatever. So you do have a lot of really good healing energies there available to you, even though there's going to be this realization where it's like, oh, hold on a second. This isn't exactly what I thought it was. I thought these people had a stronger allegiance towards me, or, I felt differently about this. Now, that might not be the case at all. I always say when anything goes on in the sixth house, you want to make sure that everything's okay with your pets, okay, going well with your pets. But really, this idea is very connected to transforming and letting go of old patterns, old way of thinkings, and thinking anything that's been an inner challenge up to this point, so supportive to just let it go. Now, let's talk about Mercury transiting, right? November 2nd, it's going to be transiting in Scorpio, but it's forming two different aspects. One is a trine and a sextile to Mars and Pluto, respectively. So we do have Mars energy is sextiling, and your Mars in the sixth house is sextiling Pluto in the eighth. And then Mars is also trining Mars in the second. So Mars and Pluto are opposing each other, right? But we have a sextile, it's not a T-square, right? But it's a sextile and a trine. Very supportive, very, very good. Especially when it comes to figuring out something with money, when it comes to me versus we energy. So like you have your money and like your partner has his money or her money, or you and like an insurance payout, some sort of inheritance, something like that. Because it's working with Mercury, you could receive news that you are getting some sort of inheritance or something is settling or something that's impacting your money. This could certainly manifest like that for many of you. What I do like, let me just go back to that new moon energy in Scorpio. It is trining Saturn, and your Saturn energy is in the 10th house. And I like this because that sixth house energy trining to the 10th house, especially anything having to do with your career, Gemini, excellent for anything that you're trying to, any changes that you're trying to make in work, anything like that. There is going to be this taking away, but adding to it. But it's not the kind of energy where there's going to be like this big firing or something like that. If there's any leaving, you're likely going to be pulling away. You're likely going to be moving away. Now, the thing is this new moon is going to bring the catalyst for something. And you might have even been feeling it before the new moon energy. But it's going to be, this is something that's lasting because it's working with Saturn. So it's something that's going to last for a long time. And this is a very positive energy. Now, going back to that Mercury trining Mars and sextiling Pluto, great energy when it comes to, again, anything having to do with finances, investments, and figuring things out for your future. And it's a really good time, very good for prioritizing and planning any sort of long-term desires when it comes to your money, when it comes to your possessions, what it is that you want over the long term, right? So sitting down and being very smart about, really try to avoid being impulsive in any way. Take advice. If there are people that are more learned around you, take advice of people around you. Really important, right, during this particular energy, but so good to clarify your priorities and plan long-term things that resonate ultimately with what it is that you want to do. Now, we do have this Mars opposition November 3rd with Pluto. This is a big one. I'm going to be doing a separate video on this. Now, Pluto at this point is in the eighth house, and it's opposing that Mars energy in the second house. So it is an opposition, pretty direct. In a couple of weeks, Pluto's going to be opposing Mars in an out-of-bound opposition. That gets a little hairier. Let's just say that. And the thing is this, Mars is pretty close to Earth right now. So we're feeling Mars energy very, very strong, right? This is why a lot of people we have a lot of reasons, I suppose, to just be kind of, and I kind of hate it. I'm sure you all do too. Triggered right now. A lot of people are just very sensitive and all of that, that Mars energy because Mars is that warrior energy, but Mars also rules Aries. It's the baby of the zodiac. And it's like, I want to do this. This is how I want it to be. Okay, well, how are you going to do that? I don't know. I'll worry about it when I get there. But it's just this feeling like this is what I want to do and this is how I want to be. And with that Pluto's very controlling, right? And so there could be ultimately there could be some sort of power struggles, right? Having to do with money, having to do with how things are going to be rolling out, having to do with intimacy, having to do with the next stage in your relationship. There could be situations where perhaps there's some sort of change going on within the larger collective of your microcosm, like of your family. And you can be at odds with how things are going. Or there can be this kind of energy where it's like, hey, is that fair? Right? When it comes to some sort of financial situation having to do with an inheritance or an insurance payout or something of that nature. And just this idea. The key here, though, guys, stay the hell away from anybody who wants to really start a war with you. It's not worth it. The energy is going to pass. And I know it's really hard, right? Because Geminis, we like to respond, but it's not worth it. It's just really, really not worth it. So that's going to be a thing, right? This Mars opposing Pluto is going to be a thing. But it's going to bring a very heightened energy to self-discipline, which I think is the superpower that comes with this type of transit. A huge discipline when it comes to like finances, and there's going to be such a level of practicality about you. Very, this is this and this is this, right? You're just going to be very almost Virgoian, right? Which Mercury rules you and Virgo, but you're going to be very in that space. But the challenges around power dynamics and impulsivity, especially around spending, is going to be very real. Like if you're, if you're doing anything that costs money with your partner, and it's like, you see something that you really like, it's like you have to have it. You know what I mean? And then you're not going to have the patience to feel controlled if your partner's like, oh, we don't have the money, or vice versa. It could certainly be vice versa. But anyway, it's not going to last, but it's just something that is likely going to be felt. So just be mindful of that. Now, moving forward, we have Venus in Capricorn from November 11th. So that Capricorn energy for you is in that eighth house. Venus in the eighth house is very good for intimacy. It's very good for sharing money, for resolving financial situations with a significant other, or with any sort of debt, taxes, anything connected to inheritance, anything. So it can be kind of stressed initially, but there is energy to support a reasonable outcome, which is quite nice here. Does favor commitments really in relationships. Anything having to do with finance, commitments having to do also with like investments, anything like that. Nice energy, but we want to think long term, right? We want to think long term with this whole month, because with Pluto is moving into Aquarius for the next till 2044, right? It really officially does not get, I know some astrologers are saying 18 years, but it's actually 20. So yeah, I mean it's a long transit, and five of the heavy hitters, five of the heavy hitter planets are going to be moving throughout 2025. So this is a really important year that's going to create long term. So everything we're looking at is for long term, right? That long term energy. But with that Venus and Capricorn in there, it's very nice for focusing on those long term goals and then figuring out what you need to do to align your energy as well as your introspective side, right? What is it that you right really want to do, right? And just balancing out a reasonable approach to that end. Next thing I wanted to mention is, of course, Pluto moving into Aquarius. We've been talking about it for 2 years now. On November 19th, it is moving into your ninth house. I like this energy for you, Gem. Ninth house is where God speaks to you, and it's just going to be a lot easier than the eighth. It's a Cadent house. It's not an angular, it's not a succeedant. Cadent houses, when we have large transits like this, are a lot easier to deal with, but it is about needing to make some changes, right? Because chances are a lot of you went through significant changes. I'm going to kind of go back like about, let's just say safely 15 years, okay? Maybe even a little longer. 15, 17 years in the area of marriage, relationships, even work, were you feeling connected to what you were doing, what you were giving out, having to do with your work, having to do with your marriage, having to do with your relationship, right? So it was that, the earlier challenges when Pluto was in Sagittarius and Pluto went into Capricorn in 2008, it was like, did that. So all those changes now, it's like, okay, Now, what are we going to do with it? We're either going to accept that we're where we are and create a whole new energetic experience for ourselves, or we're going to actually make the changes. But it's going to be a lot easier because the hard part is done, if that makes sense, you know. Now, of course, I'm saying this, I don't know what is in your ninth house. So it does depend on what is in your ninth house because Pluto will be transiting those throughout his transit in your ninth house. Um, but as far as like other transits that it's going to be working with outside of that Mars opposition, you don't have a lot getting in the way. It's not too much getting in the way. I mean, yes, you do have Neptune, Uranus, and of course Saturn. You're going to be dealing with energies there, but it's going to be, I believe, a little easier. But a lot of you are going to be Pluto going into ninth house. I mean, I did a whole video on it, but a lot of you are going to be realizing you want to maybe move abroad, or you want to move at least to a different zip code, or you want to start traveling more, or you want to go back to school, you want to write a book, you want to get something out there to the world. These are all ninth house things, right? So if you're feeling it, it's like go for it, right? Something different, something out of the box, something out of the ordinary, right? Doing something like that would be really, really good for you. Now we have Mercury going retrograde in Sagittarius in your seventh house. And that's happening on November 25th. That's going to be in there for a couple of months. So he starts to pre-shadow the end of the first week of the month. So you're going to be asked to really reflect on past circumstances within relationship. A lot of you are going to be thinking about past situations in your work, in your career. You could be sitting and really reassessing your career and how it is that you've gotten to where you are right now. And the thing is, remember, this is the Sagittarius, that energy where God speaks to us. It's a Jupiter ruled energy. It really wants to expand us. It wants to bring us forward. But it could have us in a place where we're rethinking and we're kind of calling ourselves out, where it's like, wow, we allowed that to go on for so long. What a waste of time. Don't beat yourself up. But it's like, okay, moving forward, I'm going to do this, this, and this. So I'm going to be this, this, and this way, right? And that's really what this Mercury retrograde is likely going to bring for a lot of you. But it's a really good time to review again any plans around travel, which is Sagittarius, learning, communication, very Saggy energy, but especially in the area of work and or relationships, right? But very more personal, like personal with a spouse or a long-term relationship, personal with a boss or bosses, or personal in really looking at how you can grow yourself in the way that you show up for work each day. So maybe it doesn't mean that you necessarily that you're changing careers, but maybe you're deciding to do something differently within your career. Maybe you want to level yourself up. But again, November is about addition, not subtraction. This is about adding. Anything that's getting subtracted, you don't need it anymore. It's done. It's like that pony has been ridden. It's time to let it off into the pasture and not in your backyard anymore. It's just time for you to add, right? So a lot of you are going to be looking like, okay, maybe I want to like learn a new program, or maybe I want to get published, or, I'm really good at this and maybe I'm going to write a book about it, or anything like that. You guys get the point here. And especially this is a long Mercury retrograde, and not terribly long. It's not like that Mercury and Gemini one that we had last year, which was like forever, for like months. But it's a couple of months. It's a little longer than normal. Okay. So it's definitely going to be supporting deeper consideration of any sort of recent changes that have gone on in your life. And that Mercury retrograde really wants to sort of help realign you with some sort of new normal. It's all there for you. You know what I mean? It's all there. Now, the next thing I wanted to talk about was the new moon in Sag, right? Again, that same seventh house energy. It's setting it really encourages you to set some sort of new focus, have a new focus in this arena of your life, have some sort of new sense of purpose, and definitely a new sense of optimism. This is a fantastic energy for exploring new possibilities when it comes to the area of your relationship, anything having to do with how it is that you work, anything having to do, and maybe you were even thinking about doing work. You're moving, maybe you want to work remotely and you want to move someplace to a foreign land. Excellent for that as well. But realizing these things with the new moon in Sag, right? And this is going to be rolling out over the next 6 months, but this new moon energy, we have so much good stuff this month. Actually, we really do. We are going through the changes. So look, we always have a choice, right? We could stick our head in the sand, or we could face everything and say the changes are happening. This is what they are. I'm all about it. Let's go. We really do kind of have to take that energy because this month is so just chock full of opportunity and for very specific intentional transformation and the ability to align yourself with some sort of larger long-term goal that your soul would be a lot happier in. And that could be, you know, again, having to do with relationship, having to do with your place of living, having to do with career, right? So that is what I have for you guys. I hope this was helpful. Thanks for hanging with me. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hi, Cancer. I hope you guys are doing great. Welcome to November. So we're going to start off with this new moon in Scorpio in your fifth house. So the new moon is in there, obviously with the sun, also with Vulcan, retrograde at 2 degrees. And well, Mercury's in there, but he's on the other side of the house. So he's not going to be too influential here. Um, it's not opposing anything that's really problematic, I do want to say, right? Between the houses 5 and 11. But I love this for you because this does offer a great energy for setting intentions related to personal growth and healing, especially when it comes to anything having to do with a relationship, because with houses like falling in love, love affairs, romance, straightening any sort of situations out that might be happening with your children. Now, new moon brings information because the moon is a luminary and it brings light, it brings information. Now, Scorpio is about transformation and change, endings and beginnings. Fifth house is very connected to our children. It's very connected to our love partners, very connected to our own business, very connected to our own joy and happiness, our hobbies, the idea of vacation as well. So the new moon in here, it's this idea of pushing you to face some sort of theme that's happening on it very inwardly, like this inner energy of challenges and letting go of old patterns that are no longer serving you when it comes to circumstances surrounding your children or relationships or letting go of like any sort of challenges that you had in your childhood, letting go of anything that is not working in a business, right? And really being able to have the eyes to see, yeah, I need to let go of this if something is not working. But it's so intense and it's so introspective, but it's also very, very supportive because this energy happens to also be trining Saturn. And so that Saturn energy in the ninth house of higher mindedness, it's a Jupiter ruled energy. It's very benefic. So whatever is realized here, whatever you're coming to terms with in that fifth house is so supported for the long term as it's trining Saturn. Even if nothing happens in the month of December, which it likely will not, but there's some sort of seed, some sort of catalyst that's happening in this month. And with that trine to Saturn, Saturn is so long lasting in the house of the great benefic, in the house of where God speaks to us, in the house of growth and expansion, having to do with negotiating, marketing, advertising, travel, foreign land, foreign entities, importing and exporting. It's also very connected to the legal system. The ninth house rules are lawyers, legalities, local governance. So if you're involved in some sort of situation where there's some sort of legal situation involved, hang in there. This is not going to hang in there. It's not going to last. The challenges won't last, even if they're presenting themselves as challenges. Because I could see, I'm just looking at your chart, you don't really have anything that is supporting you in the eighth house, which has to do with like the actual endings and beginnings, the actual dollar amount when it comes to the, settling up a legal situation, right? We're not getting a lot of the support that you need if you're dealing with some sort of legal situation, but that's going to be changing, especially by the end of the month, right? I mean, Pluto is going to be dipping in there by the end of the month. We'll talk about that in a second, but that new moon energy is very supported by this trine to Saturn. Again, very long lasting. And so it's not only Saturn retrograde. Saturn retrograde really does is beautiful in sort of grabbing the energies and digging them in, right? Very much so. Now, the next thing I wanted to talk about are these Mercury transits, right? November 2nd, Mercury in Scorpio is forming a trine to, it's a trine and a sextile, right? So we have that Mercury energy is forming a sextile to Pluto in the seventh house and a trine to Mars in your first house. So these energies here is, bring a lot of heightened energy to self-discipline and assertiveness, even though, because Pluto's involved in it, there can be some sort of situation having to do with like power dynamics, especially because Mars is in the first house and Pluto is in the seventh. That's very much that me versus we energy. That first house is, the path right? Yourself, your body, the path that you're walking on rather. And then the seventh house is your partner, could be your significant other, your boss, or even the way that you work. So there's definitely going to be this realization, but this is the thing. You're realizing things, Mercury, but it's in a very supportive sextile and trine. These are very supportive energies in that fifth house. So you're going to be like, am I really happy in this? Am I really happy with the way this is going? Am I happy with the way things are going with my kids, the path that I'm on, where I'm working, how I'm working? Maybe I like what I'm doing, but I want to do it differently. So it can manifest many different ways depending on what's going on in your own personal birth chart, but it's going to be very real, right? You're going to be feeling it very deeply this month. Then we have Mars opposition. Here we go, November 3rd. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a raw energy. Raw is the best way to look at it. I'm going to do a separate video on this, but let me talk about it now because Mars is very close to the Earth. It's very raw. It's almost like it's like a primitive kind of raw, fiery energy, right? It's opposing Pluto, which is very about control. So there could be a lot of power struggles going on with this opposition, okay? It brings heightened energy, when it comes to power dynamics, but also when it comes to spending money, right? Because Pluto rules the eighth house, and the eighth house is banks, has to do with savings. It has to do with money from other people, right? So actually money made in investments, actually savings is more 11th house, but eighth house is money as a result of a legal situation, money as a result of it could also deals with debt, it deals with taxes, these kind of things. So there could be this kind of tug of war energy that's very real. But what I really like about this opposition is awesome for self-discipline. It's really, really good, right? When it comes to needing to have self-discipline while also being assertive. Because sometimes we could be assertive and we don't have the discipline, and then we come off as a little aggressive, right? And that's not going to end up serving us. But those two things together are actually going to be really, really nice. But expect there to be some power struggle. I'm not even going to try to sugarcoat it. It's going to happen. Okay. So just know that it's going to happen, to be forewarned, just to be forearmed. And again, that opposition is starting November 3rd. And this is going to be a thing for the next 6 months. That's why I'm going to do, because it's going to dip out and then it's going to be in an out of bound opposition, which is going to be like a little frenetic in a few weeks. So I'm going to do nothing. I don't want you to be scared of anything. Okay. I really don't. No fear mongering here. Okay. But it's important to understand that the energies are going to be extremely heightened. Extremely heightened, okay? Just, I don't want to sugarcoat anything. Now, we do have Venus in Capricorn from November 11th, and this is a nice energy in the seventh house. This is great for your relationship. This is so nice for nurturing, for sitting down and talking about long-term practical goals, having the conversations about money, having the conversations about the status of your relationship. Venus in Capricorn, nice energy. Okay, let's think about this though. Because Mars is going to be on retrograde to the 11th, Venus going in. Yeah, you know what? If you want to ask for a raise, the week of the 11th is a pretty good week if it is on your heart to do so. That would be a very supportive energy to do that. Because you are going to be very focused on securing your foundations and cultivating stability in your life. You're going to be, very much about that. Now, seventh house, we could be talking about relationship, but we could also be talking about money, right? Because it's our bosses as well, seventh house, our energetic output at work. By the way, the seventh house also rules our doctors, right? So if you're dealing with any sort of like medical issue, to also that, so you could be receiving some good news about some sort of health situation with Venus and Capricorn there. But yeah, moving on, we have Pluto moving into Aquarius. You know, can you believe it? It's finally here. We've been talking about it for the past couple of years, on November 19th. And so this is kind of a big deal for you guys. It is moving into the eighth house, and that eighth house has to do with the transformation, endings, and beginnings. I did a separate video on that you could check out. But in and of itself, during this month, we don't have a lot of, let me just see here. Why is my thing stuck? Trying to move your chart around a little bit. Let me just see. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I wanted to just check something in your chart here. Yeah, so, well, Mars is going to be moving into Leo. He is going to be moving into Leo. I don't really want to talk about that yet because I want to wait and talk about the out of bound opposition that's going to be going on with that when he moves into there, because he's in Cancer for now. Let me just see, when is he new? Yeah. Let's just see. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. Changing the wheel. Yeah, so November 7th, he's going to go in and he's going to start making those changes. But it doesn't matter. He's still going to be opposing Pluto. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters there is it's going to be an out of bound opposition, which just makes it a little more like the heightened energy. But I just want you to note that when that Pluto energy moves into Aquarius, and then that Mars is going to be moving into Leo, the energy is just really going to change. It's going to feel very, very different because Pluto's been in Capricorn now since September 1st, and Mars has been in Cancer. So it is a different energy, but there's going to be a lot of focus for you guys on independence and like wanting to fight for your independence, fighting for anything that makes you feel better about yourself, fighting for your money, feeling like you're fighting for money, fighting for your own sense of stability, being able to hold your own. These are things that are going to be definitely, there are going to be power struggles, in that space, especially if you're dealing with any kind of legal situation, any kind of family situation, investment, anything to do with debt, taxes, the stock market, anything like that. That will be there. You have a lot of supportive energies around you. So you just want to make sure that you're handling these things well. Because there's not only personal evolution here, but it's for now, but it's really, there's this energy that's really looking at more of the long term as well. Okay. So this is something that you have to be mindful of. Now we have the new moon in Sag on the 30th. So this is encouraging you to set new goals. This is encouraging you to be a lot more optimistic in that sixth house energy. I really like this for you guys, because it's going to be in there with the new moon with Venus. Like, what do you really want to do when it comes to your health? What do you really want to do when it comes to a work situation and your daily responsibilities and being able to problem solve? So this new moon in Sagittarius in your sixth house, it's going to be hanging out with that Sagittarius in the house of solutions. Is you're going to be able to tap into solutions so much more easily, than you have been. Now, as far as that Mars energy going into Leo, just on its own, what is Leo? Leo has to do with our children, and second house has to do with our money. So there could be a lot of arguing when it comes to money pertaining to our children, or there could be a situation set up where you feel like you're arguing with someone having to do with your money, something that's rightfully yours or your possessions. Or you may be feeling, but Mars in the second house, you have to be careful of not beating yourself up. You have, because it's very easy to beat yourself up. So please show yourself some grace, Cancer, okay? For this next month, especially over this course of the next month, not to beat yourself up, okay? You don't want to abuse your body in any way. Please remember the second house rules drink, it rules food, it rules your mouth, rules anything that you put in your mouth, rules your inner body. So you don't want to be warlike on yourself where you're doing things almost, self-medicating. You want to just be very careful of that. And you also want to be careful of not putting yourself in any situation where people are going to take advantage of you, because the second you realize that they are, your response can be extreme, right? Because everything's going to be very heightened because of this Pluto move this month. So there's more good than not good this month, if that makes sense. There's a lot more. This month is a lot more about addition than subtraction. So adding things is going to be a thing for you guys this month. You might be taking care of your diet differently. You might start an exercise routine. You might decide to get a new job. You might get very serious about switching jobs or the way in which you work. Some of you may be in this space where we have that Saturn energy in there as well. So it might be conversation with lawyers, some sort of legal situation that you're really just trying to finish up. Okay. And it's not going to finish up right now because it's Saturn, but we're really looking at the springtime to wrap some things up for those of you who are involved in some sort of legal situation. Okay, my friends, that is what I have for you right now. Thanks for hanging with me, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Hey, Leo, I hope you guys are doing great. Let's talk about November. We're going to start it off by discussing the new moon in Scorpio in your fourth house. So there's going to be a lot of fourth house is ruled by the moon, right? And your fourth house is also ruled by Pluto. So we have the sun in there, right? We have the moon. We have Vulcan in there, right? We have your IC. Most of you would have your IC in there. So this is really opening the month with a very intense introspection. And it's really giving you really good energy to set intentions connected to any sort of growth and healing that's needed in that fourth house space. So it could have to do with your home environment. It could have to do with property, real estate, situation having to do with your first family, meaning the people you grew up with, right? So your siblings, your parents, anybody like that. It definitely be that. Now, new moons bring new information because the moon is a luminary, right? And Scorpio is very connected to this idea of the past and things that have been hidden that kind of like need to come up, right? Especially in the fourth house, because the moon hides things as well. And the new moon wants to illuminate. So it's a sudden realization of things. So there could be this sudden realization now because it's in Scorpio of some sort of change that's going to be happening in your life, some sort of transformation. So you might be entering into some sort of new phase, some sort of new situation. Now, what's good though, is that this new moon in Scorpio is trining Saturn, and Saturn is in the eighth house for you. And the eighth house is naturally where Scorpio lives. It's in the sign of Pisces. But it is in this really nice, even though Saturn is retrograde, which is actually beneficial when it comes to this kind of trine. This is a nice energy to take whatever is being realized in that home arena, right? Whatever it is, right? Maybe you're working from home, you have some sort of home situation, some sort of situation, again, having to do property, real estate, whatever it is. And there being this realization, something's got to change, something's got to give based on this new information that just came in, right? So new information is coming in. And you're realizing this, and it's like, okay, this is how we have to move forward because it's that Saturn energy is in that change and transformation house, but it's so supportive in this trine that it's going to do something, whatever it is going to be lasting for a long time in a good way. This is a good way, like a good situation. Now, eighth house energies can have to do with intimacy. It could have to do with the commitment within a relationship. It can have to do with other people's money, debt, taxes, mortgages. Again, it's life and death, right? So it's anything like that. It's this idea of change and there being some sort of change that's being called in. Right now, it is eighth house energy. Your eighth house energy does have the sign of Pisces in it, and Pisces is very dreamy on the one hand. So this could be finally being able to figure things out in that relationship, or finally being able to figure things out having to do with that business situation, that business partnership, or finally figuring something out when it comes to money, right? Maybe you want to pay off your debt or pay off taxes or something like that. Really good energy there. On the other hand, Neptune and Pisces, both in your eighth house right now. Well, Pisces is always in your eighth house, but Neptune is in your eighth house right now. This can certainly have to do with some sort of disease or dis-ease or some sort of health situation that has manifested. Now, it doesn't have to be yours. It could certainly be somebody within your family, but it's something that's making you feel vulnerable and insecure. Right. So this is going to resonate with some of you. I hope not too many, but this is certainly something that can come up. Okay. It's a supportive trine though, guys. Again, it's supportive. So something that's going to be happening, it's almost like something happening that needed to happen in order to sort of shift the path in a different direction that's ultimately going to be more positive for you. I hope that makes sense. Now, we also have Mercury transiting on November 2nd in Scorpio, and it's forming a trine and a sextile with Mars and Pluto respectively. So let's see, we have that your Mercury energy is in your fifth house and it's sextiling Pluto in your I'm sorry, Mercury is yeah, let me just see. Mercury is sextiling Pluto and it's trining Mars, right? So yeah, so your Mars trine is in that first house. So yeah, I mean, nice energy there. It's a lot of thinking about, okay, now where am I going? What am I doing? Sort of recalibrating. It's like you've been feeling like change has been coming. This is nothing new. This is nothing new, but something recently has happened. Maybe not so recently, but when I say recently in astrology, it's like the past 6 months, but for many of you, it could have even been more recently. You're seeing that things are taking a different turn, right? And that you're going to be doing something differently in your life. There is certainly this kind of energy that sort of brings you into that space. Now, at this point, that Pluto energy is still in Capricorn. So really thinking about, this idea of long term, the status of a marriage, the status of a career, where am I going? What am I doing? Very practically, right? In the day to day. Now it's like you're just getting rid of that Pluto energy in the sixth house. And a lot of times I do want to say, guys, for those of you, especially who are Leo risings, especially, could be for Sun and Moon as well. When we have Pluto at the 29th degree, he brings everything up to the surface, right? In that very critical energetic degree of 29. So when we have that energy in a health house, sixth house, second house, especially those two houses, a lot of things could come up. 12th house energy, a little less so, but that could manifest more as like anxiety, maybe even a little depression and confusion. That would happen like a little more mentally, but physically, right? Having to do with that second house and sixth house. Second house is very your internal body, and the sixth house is your general health, and your general body maintenance in the sign of Capricorn. So there could be arthritic conditions setting in. A lot of you may be like, oh, been there, done that already. Anything like that. But there could have been a lot of issues with like bones, situations like that, especially since 2008. But now that it's going into Aquarius, it could be something that's sort of like, because the Capricorn and Aquarius energy are blending with each other. So it could be something like out of the box and out of the ordinary, right? And because Chiron is in Aries and it's in the sign that's ruled by Jupiter, there can be some sort of situation having to do with anything having to do with the head, the ears, down to the neck, any kind of situation like that that's sort of been manifested. For a lot of you, it could have been literally like emotional, like not feeling as balanced as you normally do, right? Mentally and emotionally could certainly be, into that space. Just not feeling as optimistic about things, not feeling like your positive little self. A lot of these little things could be coming up where it's like, man, that's scaring me. That's scaring me. I'm not feeling like my typical lion self, that typical courage, that typical bravery is not there right now. And this is not going to last forever, guys, right? But that is this particular transit for you guys, okay? So, and this is the thing though, it's getting ready to leave that sixth house this particular month. So let's talk about the Mars opposition. We have to talk about it. I am going to do a separate video on this, but Mars in initially it's going to be in Cancer at the 29th degree in the 12th house, opposing Pluto at 29 degrees in the 6th house. And so when we have this opposition, remember, Mars is the warrior energy. He's all about war. He rules fire. He rules weapons. He rules, but this is the thing. It's like he's so instinctual. He goes on instinct. This is what I have to do, right? That's what we call that energy, that Mars energy, leadership energy. Leaders don't always have all of the minutia figured out to a plan, but they have a really good overarching like idea. They just might not be totally sure how to actually achieve it in the moment, right? Now, Pluto is very controlling and it's staring down this Mars energy in your house of self and where it is that you want to go. And this is certainly a tug of war energy. I'm not even going to try to sugarcoat it. This is going to be a thing, especially over the next 6 months. So it's long enough for me to feel like it does require a separate video, right? Because it's not only going to be, right now, what I'm speaking about here with this Mars opposition on November 3rd, it's going to be in Cancer, but then on the next day, it moves into Leo. And then they're going to be in an out of bound opposition, right? Because right there with the 29th degree, it's kissing up to that first house energy. So it's not only the house of the hidden and things that are behind the scenes, but then Mars is going to be coming into the first house. Those are two very different energies, 12th house, first house energies. It's like being old and then being born, right? So you're birthing this new process. You are going through, like honestly, like there are a couple of signs we're going to be feeling even more, feeling like push through that birth canal, right? Cracking through the chrysalis. It really is going to be rolling out big time for you, especially over the next 2 years. But you're going to be feeling this particular opposition a little heavier than some other ones over the course of the next 6 months. So again, it's a raw energy. There is change that needs to happen. And we have a choice, right? We have a choice where we can say, okay, how are we going to face this, right? Are we going to face it head on, or are we going to try to bury our head? Because some of these energies can be tricky. Pluto going into the on November 19th, going into, I'm kind of jumping ahead here. I wanted to talk about Venus and Capricorn, but let's talk about Pluto moving into Aquarius on the 19th. Because that's going to be, a big one for you. Pluto is very controlling. Pluto is very, he's very connected to the past and things that we haven't healed. And it's in the house of marriage, in the house of bosses, in the house of energetic output at work. And so we could feel, right, with this particular opposition, we could feel very, or just with the movement, forget the opposition for a minute, just the movement in there, depending on what you have in your birth chart, because you don't have anything really to deal with having to do with the actual transit. You don't have anything else in that house initially. But I don't know but it is going to be opposing Mars, but I don't know what you have in the 7th house of your birth chart that it's going to be speaking with. So that's always important to keep in mind. But there are going to expect changes having to do with the life of your partner, the life, your work life. Now, obviously, there are going to be, this is such a long transit, it's 20 years. He's going to be in there until 2044. Obviously, there are going to be changes, but we feel these changes quite profoundly now, especially for those Leos who are like within the first decan, the first 10 degrees. Like if you're like from 0 to, I'm going to say 10 degrees of Leo, you're going to be feeling this, the initial change having to do with the Mars adjustment pretty strong, you know, um, and then that Pluto energy, right, opposing it there. So, you'll be feeling it. So, changes in having to do with a partner, you know, maybe a partner needs surgery because Mars rules surgery, right? So maybe there's that. It doesn't have to be a divorce. Maybe there's something going on with the partner's health. Maybe there's something going on with, a boss's health. You might be really friendly with your boss as well. Or there might be this absolute push to just get out of whatever it is that you're doing for a living, and just make some big changes in that space. Now let's go back. I did a separate video, by the way, on Pluto and Aquarius, if you want to check that out more specifically for each sign. We do have Venus in Capricorn. which is your sixth house. And I like this energy certainly for you, not only your health, but also for your work environment and your ability to problem solve. And this is from November 11th. And this favors, definitely commitments in things, commitments from relationships to work, to yourself, to taking care of yourself, anything that's connected to the idea of nurturing, right? Because Venus is very much about nurturing and long-term goals here. Very nice energy there. And this will certainly be a very introspective time. So even though you guys are typically a really outgoing energy, there's going to be a lot going on behind your eyes, right? And between your ears that a lot of people aren't going to be recognizing, because you are going to be focusing a great deal on your foundations, on your security, on your future, right? Because Capricorn is all about our future, our long-term goals, our career, our public reputation, right? So there are a lot of those energies are going to be, and just keep in mind that it's like we have this Venus energy going in there, and it's like Pluto is still shaking up that house as he changes, as he makes this change on the 19th into that seventh house energy. So that whole, keep in mind, right, that whole, those areas of your life are going to be very lit up. And the video that I focus on, Pluto going into Aquarius, I go through the signs and I go through all of the houses that are going to be especially impacted, particularly over the next 2 years. Now we do have Mercury going retrograde in Sagittarius in your fifth house. So you do want to make sure, and that's going to be happening on the 25th. The pre-shadow happens at the end of the first week of November, but especially from November 25th, it's going to be in there for a couple of months. A lot of you can be a little nostalgic during this time, having to do with your children, earlier times in a relationship, earlier times in a business. There can be a sense of nostalgia with Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius in the fifth house for sure. Certainly be that. But we also at the same time do want to be careful of how we're communicating within relationships and having to do with our children or our employees within anyone that we're dealing with within our own business. We do want to be careful of that. Mercury retrograde could also bring this rethinking, right? It's anything. So you might be rethinking the idea of having children, rethinking an idea having to do with something that's pertaining to children that you already have, or rethinking an idea about, opening your own business, or rethinking a particular relationship. It is a nice energy though to address things that have been building up in a relationship that kind of need to be addressed and called out. Mercury retrograde is actually quite nice to do that. Not things that come up during Mercury retrograde, but things that was sort of lingering prior to Mercury retrograde, and then sort of have the conversation when Mercury goes retrograde. It does support deeper consideration of changes, and it's going to help realign you with any ideas or any goals that you have for yourself, right? That you're looking to get into to make you happy, right? But you're going to be what you're going to be doing in this energy is refining them, because Mercury retrograde is an excellent time to refine ideas, refine concepts, just look at things a little more microscopically and practically, right? In that space. And in the fifth house, it's like really looking at your joy, and are you really happy? And what is it that you might want to make some changes in? Some of you may be looking to make some changes. Now, to end the month, we have the new moon in Sagittarius on November 30th, and this is encouraging you to set some sort of new aspiration and engage with this sense of purpose, but it's all about optimism, right? Because Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, and it's in the fifth house of joy, which is ruled by the sun. Some of you, I'll be honest with you, some of you are like, let's book a trip to fill in the blank, wherever you live, just as long as it's far, right? A lot of new moon energy in Sagittarius can absolutely bring that. You get this wanderlust to travel. There's got to be more than this. My life is so small, even if it's not. You can start feeling like it's a little small. I want to do more. I want to be more. I want to experience, And if you can't travel, going to museums, going to a couple of shows local, anything that's like getting you out of your normal space is really beautiful there. But again, new moons bring light, they bring information, and this is encouraging you to to really focus on the future, focus on growth. Such a fantastic energy for exploring new possibilities, especially the possibilities in that fifth house energy that are going to be connected to encouraging personal growth. Because that fifth house is about like your personal hobbies and your monetizable talents and what it is that you love to do, that you're good at, that you're just like naturally good at, right? And again, just to remind you, November is a month of addition, not subtraction. This is all about adding things, adding experiences, adding ideas, adding concepts. And if whatever we're getting rid of it because it's really by all rights, it's probably grown rather necrotic in your energy at this point, right? The old relationship, the old way of thinking, it's just not working anymore, and it's just going to slough off of you quite easily, especially if you haven't been able to do the change and the transformation quite so easily. You would be able to now. So this is a month that is just so full of opportunities for intentional transformations for everyone, aligning all of us with long-term goals. Change is never easy, guys, but again, we always have a choice. We could stick our head in the sand and hope for the best, or we can welcome the changes. And why not open ourselves for the changes? But Leo, please watch your health. We do have some health things that are starting to brew. They might have started to brew the end of October, but I do see some health challenges there between that Chiron in the ninth and that Saturn in the eighth, Aries and Pisces energy. If you've been having a lot of headaches, neck aches, anything like that, definitely watch out. Or if a significant other has been having those things as well, with the Saturn in the eighth house, opposing your second house. So, just again, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but let's get ahead of things, right, before they grow into being something bigger than we can take care of so easily. All right, my friends. Till next time, take care. Hey, Virgo, I hope you guys are doing great. So let's start November off with the new moon in Scorpio. So for you guys, this is happening in your third house. And so new moons bring new information, right? What are new moons? They're light. The moon is a luminary. It's all about realizing something in that third house, getting some sort of new information, getting that phone call, getting that text message, getting that email, especially if you've been in a space of waiting. Maybe you've been waiting for that job offer. You've been waiting to get the what's going on from that job, whatever it is, there is new information coming in. Now, what I do like about this new moon is how it's speaking to Saturn. It's trining Saturn, and with this is really nice. Now, Saturn is in Pisces, retrograde in the seventh house of contracts. So this could have to do with a new contract for work. This could have to do with bosses. This could have to do with a significant other. But trines are very, very supportive. So whatever information is coming in and whatever changes are being made, because change certainly needs to be going on with it happening in the sign of Scorpio, in the house of communication, how it is that we think and how it is that we communicate. It's also the house of teaching. It's the house of our neighborhood, our neighbors. It's the house of extended family, siblings, old friends, and beautiful trine. And it could be very healing. Whatever information comes in, you're finding something out. We have that trine to Saturn retrograde in the seventh house of soul connections, legal contracts, our boss or bosses, our energetic output at work. So, apply that to your life as you see fit, but you could be deciding that you want to do something very different when it comes to your work. You might be getting a new job. You might be there can be some sort of new contract being negotiated here as well, right? This is a beautiful energy for new contract energy. If you're negotiating some sort of lease, some sort of contract, anything like that, really good energy there, especially at the beginning of the month before we go into Mercury pre-shadow, because Mercury is going retrograde at the end of the month. Very nice energy there. Now, on November 2nd, we have Mercury is transiting. So in Scorpio, and it's forming a trine as well as a sextile. So your Mercury energy is in the fourth house. So it's sextiling Pluto and it's trining Mars. So, and that Pluto and Mars are opposing each other. We're going to talk about that in a moment, but let's just talk about this supportive energy. Mercury sextiling Pluto. Pluto is all about change and transformation. He is very controlling. Yes, he's controlling, but there's change there. And there's an ability to actually grow beyond where you are, grow beyond whatever's been going on. Now, because it's happening where it's cusping, it's like really going to be impacting that fifth house. So the fifth house of children, the fifth house of it's the house of falling in love, love affairs, romance, your joy, your happiness, you're having your own business, anything like that. Some of you may be realizing, oh my gosh, I want to start my own business. Yes, it's going to be a lot of responsibility, which might feel very kind of controlling, right? For my life. But I feel like this is the right thing to do, right? Really good energy there. Others of you are realizing something going on having to do with one of your kids, that they need they might need a little bit of assistance over the long term, having to do with something. It's a beautiful, very supportive energy there. Now, taking it on the other side, where it's going to be trining Mars in that 12th house, the 12th house of sleep, the 12th house of endings and beginnings. It's not beginnings, rather, it's endings. It's endings. It's how we end things. And that Mars energy in the 12th house, in the sign of Leo. Leo can be very it's very interesting, Mars and Leo, because Leo can be a very egocentric kind of energy, for sure, but it's like not, but there's a lot of love there, right? Because Leo is all heart, but it's just a lot of it is based in fear. And so that Mars energy in the 12th, first of all, you can be really beating yourself up. I just want to say, even though this is a supportive transit, you want to make sure that you're giving yourself some grace while Mars is in Leo, because it's in the 12th house of your subconscious, and you can beat yourself up. You want to make sure you're not doing that, okay? You also want to make sure that you're treating your body really well, right? Because the 12th house has to do with addiction, disease, and disease. So you want to really check yourself. Are you struggling with anxiety? Are you struggling with a little bit of depression? You can be. Might be leaning into some sort of addiction a little too much. This is something that, battling. Mars is all about battle, right? So that battle energy is certainly going to be there. So, but this is the thing though, with the trine to Mars, you're realizing this. You're realizing this. So I would not be surprised if a lot of you with that Mars energy are like, I'm going to go to rehab. I'm going to fight this. I'm going to go to, you know, uh, some sort of hospital or some sort of situation to get in front of something. Some of you maybe you have no kind of addiction. You don't struggle with that whatsoever, but maybe you need to go to rehab for something else, and maybe something else was going on with you, right? Could be that, okay? Just saying, like on one hand, on one level. On another level, because it has to do with, it's very spiritual. It's very spiritual. It's very connected to tarot and Reiki. The veil is very thin between worlds in the 12th house. With that Mars energy there, you want to fight it. So some of you can be just like very kind of authoritative when it comes to your spirituality, whereas others of you can easily question your spirituality at this point and question, like, what in the world is it all for? Like, what are we doing? What's happening, right? That could certainly happen as well. But Mercury being in that trine, you do have that support, okay? There is that support, but we do have this Mars opposition that Mars opposition on November 3rd, initially Mars goes into on November 4th. I believe it's the 4th. Let me just double check that. Yes, November 4th. November 3rd, when Mars is still in Cancer, that last 29th degree, it's in a dead heat opposition with 29-degree Pluto. And there's going to be a lot of raw energy there in that 11th house, 5th house energy. So there could be something comes to a head having to do with one of your kids, having to do with one of your friends, having to do with a relationship. This could be something connected to an older sibling, something that you do connected to groups, something that's connected to your own business. There could also be something coming to a head having to do, because Pluto, when Pluto's at 29 degrees, he could bring health issues, he could certainly do that. And so in the sign of Capricorn, Capricorn rules our skeletal system, so some sort of like arthritic condition, throwing your back out, getting some sort of like sciatica situation, even though sciatica is more like neurological, which is more Uranus. But it impacting your muscles in a particular way where there's an impingement to the nerve from the muscles, something like that. So we do want to be careful there just as easily because it's the fifth house. The fifth house rules the heart and the circulatory system. So we want to make sure that things are okay there in that space. I'm not looking to scare anybody ever, but I'm always about to be forewarned, just to be forearmed, always, to be forearmed, just to be forewarned, just to be forearmed. Yes. This is what I exercise in my own life, and I can tell you, I have a lot of success stories, connected to that, right? So when you see the astrology not doing so great, kicking up some dust in the health arenas, we really do want to be careful because keep in mind when it goes into that Aquarius energy, it is going into your house of health. All right, so that he's in a period of transition. So I do want you guys to make sure that you are checking your health. So that's when the Mars direct opposition starts. Then Mars goes into Leo, so it's still opposing Pluto, right? Even though it's 12th house and then Pluto is in that fifth house. It's called an out of bounds opposition, and we don't really like them because out of bound oppositions can just cause a lot of like anxious energy. It could cause a lot of like upheaval kind of energy, upsetment. Just understand it, you know what I mean, and just kind of like work your life around it. And I know these energies are very in alignment with the US elections, and please no one lose communication with people who you have loved for years and years over this election. I hate to see this. I'm seeing so much of it right now, which is why I'm saying something, and it's so sad, because we have more in common than we do different. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to make it about that. But that Mars and Leo energy, again, we did discuss that, but you want to make sure that you're giving yourself grace and you're being kind to yourself. Now, Venus goes into Capricorn on November 11th in your fifth house. This is going to be like nice, okay? Venus and Capricorn is going to be nice, moving from Sagittarius, going into that fifth house of fun, of joy, happiness, children, falling in love, love affairs. A lot of you may meet a new relationship. You may connect with your children on a deeper level. You may sort of solidify some sort of idea having to do with a business. You might decide that you want to start some sort of new hobby. You might even plan a vacation. If you're doing anything like that, it's going to be like food for the soul. Very, very nice energy here. It does favor relationships as Venus does, and finances as Venus does. And it's great for nurturing any sort of long-term goals in that arena. That definitely connects naturally with your introspective side. So, securing your foundations, thinking long-term. November is very much about long-term. This whole year is very much about long-term because a lot of so I think it's 5 of the major player outer planets are all changing signs this year. So yeah, life's going to look very different next year at this time. So, open your energy to the changes. So yeah, and then of course we have that Pluto moving into Aquarius. I feel like we talked about that a little bit. I did a separate video on this, but let's talk about it again. Pluto going into your sixth house for the next 20 years till 2044. It is going to be doing, lots of changes. And changes are not always bad, guys. Pluto is very he gives us a lot of energy when it comes to being in control of something because he's very controlling. So Pluto in the sixth could actually have you getting totally in front of some sort of health situation, kicking some sort of habit once and for all, getting into working out, eating great, change in your work life, change in your daily responsibilities. This is not all negative. It is not, okay? I don't want you to think of it like that, because he's all about, he ends things, but then he brings in new. So there's a period of change and transformation going on here, which is great. But again, remember, he is opposing Mars initially. This is making the change really uncomfortable. Mars is very close to the Earth right now. It's just the way it is, okay? So just understand that going in. Now, to a little later in the month, on the 25th, we have the retrograde, Mercury retrograde in the sign of Sagittarius in the fourth house. So this could make you a little melancholy for fourth house, fifth house Mercury retrogrades tend to make people melancholy, right? And so you're having it in the fourth house, having to do with like you might be missing a father figure, these days. There can be some sort of news presented having to do with a father, or you might be melancholy for the way things used to be, whether it's in your childhood or the earlier days of your adult life, maybe thinking back to when the kids were small, or some other part in your life. It could certainly do that, right? And this is not always a bad thing. I mean, it's never really a bad thing. It's only if we stay stuck there, allow yourself to sort of appreciate that, because in the sign of Sagittarius, Sagittarius wants us to grow. And you have to keep something in mind, that Sagittarius is where God speaks to us. So whenever we have these kind of retrograde energies in Sagittarius, we're getting messages, we're getting downloads, we're meant to be reviewing things, we're meant to be going over things that are for us, right? To figure out what maybe we need to let go of and what we need to grow past, and where we need to make some adjustments, okay? Mercury retrograde can, on a more practical level, um, it can create some challenges having to do with communication in the home environment, or having to do with property and real estate, or having to do with anyone connected to your first family. So that would be, if you're an adult grown out of the house, maybe your parents and your siblings. That does not mean fighting. Mercury retrograde can mean just like sitting down and having a practical conversation about how things are going to be rolling forward, having to do with something. There could be some sort of news coming in about a family member or about a parent. Some of you may be seriously thinking, save the best for last, seriously thinking about moving, like really seriously thinking. And I don't mean like moving down the block. I mean moving like boom to another country or someplace else. Because Sagittarius is foreign land, foreign, travel, foreign things like that. Okay, so this is the kind of energy that you guys may be dealing with. You may be actively looking into the practicality of that, especially because you do have Uranus in Taurus, which rules your possessions, in the ninth house of foreign land, foreign travel. Now, Uranus, by the end of next summer, that's officially, everybody will be, these big five outer planets are going to all be shift, and that Uranus energy is going to be in your 10th house of long-term goals. So it's going to be moving out. So Uranus is very hot this year, very, what do I mean by hot? Very sensitive, right? All of the outer planets are very sensitive because they're kind of off their axis a little bit because they're getting ready to move. They've been so sort of like in this place for so long, right? And so now they're going to get ready to move. So they're sort of loosening themselves there. It makes them a little more sensitive. So this idea of change and transformation and having to do with growth, and really what a lot of you are like, I want to move yesterday. I want to have the life that I'm thinking about last week, And so if you're feeling like that, that's why, all right? You're not losing your minds or anything like that. So expect some of those experiences, but it's very supportive to do much deeper consideration, right, of any sort of either recent changes or changes that you're really wanting to make to help you align or realign with your own values and how it is that you see your future best suited for you. Now, we do have on the 30th, we have the new moon in Sagittarius. All this moon energy, such a sensitive month. And it's really going to be encouraging you to set some sort of new plans, new aspirations, engage with a new sense of purpose. But one thing about this new moon, it is optimistic, and it's in the fourth house of property, real estate, home. your inner base of operations, and your security. So new moons, again, bring information, bring light, bring something like that. So some of you, maybe you're thinking throughout the month of November, where do I want to relocate? What do I want to do? Where do I want to go to school? Maybe you're not moving, maybe you're going to school. Maybe you want to do some sort of realignment there, right? There could certainly be that. There could be some, new moon in Sagittarius can also bring some sort of new news having to do with a legal situation. Perhaps it's going on with a family member, something like that. It could have to do with property, real estate. Maybe you're selling a place, buying a place, or there's some sort of inheritance situation going on, which can be because you do have the North Node in Aries in the 8th house. Could certainly be that. But it is a great energy for looking at new possibilities. And the thing is, whatever the possibility is on point as long as it ultimately equals to your own personal growth. And that is going to be the key of this month, right? Really getting going on that personal growth. So I hope this was helpful. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, guys, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hi Libra, how you doing? Happy November. Much easier month for you guys. I just feel like, whew, thank goodness, right? But let's start by talking about the new moon in Scorpio. And this is happening on November 1st in your second house of money, possessions, foundation, security, food, what you put in your mouth, your physical body. New moon brings new information. Scorpio is about change and transformation. So some of you, if you've been dealing with any kind of health issue, some of you may have that Neptune and that Saturn in the 6th house of health. You may be dealing with some sort of health issue. You can get some sort of information, or you may be in the space where you're realizing that you have to do things differently. So it could be a very supportive energy there, especially because this new moon energy happens to be sextiling Pluto, and it's trining Mars. So that Pluto energy is at that 29th degree in the 4th house, and Mars energy is at the 29th degree in the sign of Cancer. So it's that 4th house, 10th house energy. Now we have a square. We have a goodness forbid, we have a sextile and a trine. These are very, very supportive energies. And when it comes to sitting down and having a conversation about property and real estate, if you're looking to sell a home, if you're looking to do anything that's going to help you feel a lot more stable and secure. So that's going to be the sextile to Pluto. Now, the trine to Mars in that 10th house, it's really looking at your career, your public reputation, your standing in the world, the status of your marriage, and your long-term goals. But it's a trine. It's new information coming in. Something's got to change. That's going to end up impacting the path that you're walking on over the long term. It's very connected to things that are going on within your home right now, or connected to property and or real estate, if that makes sense. Okay. So that's this new moon in Scorpio. It's actually really very protective. And what I like about this here is this can easily deepen the ongoing theme of confronting the need to confront any sort of inner challenges that are going to help you transform through letting go of old patterns. Because a lot of you are going to be in this space where it's like, why do I always do this? Why do I always, if I'm really uncomfortable, instead of having the conversation, I don't have the conversation, I eat my words, and then I sort of, try to make myself feel better another way. And maybe that's not the best way of handling this, right? And so what's really good about this, it's this self-awareness that's going to be happening, and realizing how to better serve you in the face of things that might not always be completely comfortable, if that makes sense, right? But I do get the feeling that a lot of you are feeling rather nervous going into the month of November. And the new moon energy in Scorpio is pushing change, but it's such a supportive change that this is one of those situations where I say, yes, this is the part of like astrology, and quite frankly, even any religion that people struggle with, is this idea of like, why do we have to have the bad stuff in order to have any good? Like, why does the bad stuff have to happen in the first place? And it's none of it, it's all necessary. And I know it's so hard for us to believe. The doctor told me I might not even have full use of my left hand anymore because of how this dog attacked my hands, attacked my thigh. But I'm like, okay, then I'm going to have to figure it out. When that happens, I'll work really hard to rehab myself. But this was part of the plan. I have to go with it. It's a little difficult as somebody who does a lot of typing, who does tarot. I'm going to have to re-strategize and figure out a new way, but I'm sure as I'm sitting here, and I don't know what this even means, but it's going to bring me to a better place. And that really does need to be the attitude that we have, that when something is challenging, we really have to say, what is the purpose behind this, right? And such supportive energy it is. This is really good. So we do have this Mercury transiting on November 2nd in a couple of different ways. It's in Scorpio, it's in your second house, but it's forming a sextile to it's forming a sextile to Pluto. So that sextile to Pluto is, let me just make sure I'm in the right. Yeah, so sextile to Pluto. So yeah, I mean, the Mercury sextile in the fourth, it's like having really good open conversation about something going on in the home front. Property, real estate, anything having to do with your first family, anything connected to family, anything connected to any sort of vulnerability that you might be feeling, anything like that. Now, it is also trining Mars, and Mars is in the 11th house of your future gains. It is a money house having to do with goals and gains for the future, friends, groups. It's an Aquarius house, right? Aquarius naturally lives in the 11th house. So a lot of you could be in the space of, first of all, a lot of you may be meeting somebody new in relationship. And some of you may not be completely 100% available. I am not judging. You do you. I'm just saying, I'm just reading your astrology. That's very indicated here. So, yeah, but look, if you're meeting somebody new and it feels like really amazing and stuff, don't make any decisions yet. This is like a really weird month, okay? So enjoy it for whatever it is, but don't make any major decisions, especially because Mercury's going retrograde and Sagittarius for a couple of months. At the end of the month, he's going to be in pre-shadow by the end of the first week of the month. So you do want to be careful there. But going back to that Mercury energy that's trining Mars, it's trines are very, very supportive. So you're getting a lot of support from friends. You're getting support from like, who else is in the 11th house? Our step parents, our stepchildren, our grandchildren, our friends, groups who we're involved with, the masses, advances in science as well. And because Mars is in the 11th house, Mars rules surgery, right? And in the 11th house, it's like some sort of new advanced kind of surgery. So if you're having any sort of challenge that's going on, right? There could be some sort of advanced kind of strategy that's offered to you for sure. So this is actually a good thing. It's an excellent time to clarify your priorities and plan long-term actions that really resonate with your goals. And what are you ultimately looking to achieve? What do you know needs to be done? And just being very focused. It'll be very good in that way. Now, on November 3rd, we have Mars is still in Cancer and it is opposing, it's 29 degrees in your 10th house, and it's opposing Pluto at 29 degrees in the 4th house, the angular houses, right? Something's changing. There's some sort of change going on, Libra, on the home front. Either you're moving or there's some sort of change in the status of your relationship. There's something going on with a member of your first family. There is something changing. Absolutely. Now, this Mars opposition is no joke. Mars is exceptionally close to Earth. He's very fiery. He's war. He's weaponry. He's fire. He's very raw. He's very primitive in this energy. He really is. And he's facing off with Pluto, who's very controlling. Right. And they are really different octaves of the same energy. Mars used to rule Scorpio, hasn't ruled Scorpio officially since 1931. Pluto has been the official ruler, but we can't totally throw Mars out. We have to understand that they are octaves of each other. So this idea of like intensity, and it's a true tug of war energy. And again, that 10th house has to do with the status of where we are, other people. It's our most public house. It has to do with the status, again, of our marriage, of our job, of where it is that we're going in life, right? And that Mars has a lot of desire, but he doesn't have all of the practical ideas. And that's the thing. Does not have it all figured out. He knows like generally what he needs to do, but he's not completely sure on the playbook. Like most leaders, right? Actually, if you think about it, because Mars is a leader, right? A lot of leaders, they're the idea people. They're not the people who actually implement everything. They hire people for that, right? And so it's that kind of energy, but Pluto doesn't really have the patience for that, because Pluto is all about the need for that last change, that last strip of change at the 29th degree. And remember, when something is at 29 degrees, it ends up adapting the shadow manifestation of that energy. So shadow manifestation of Cancer can be a little paranoid. It can be very overly sensitive. It can be overly like in freak out mode when it comes to feeling secure. You can feel super vulnerable, right? With this kind of with Mars 29 degrees in Cancer. And then we have the 29th degree in Capricorn, right? The underbelly of Capricorn, enlightened Capricorn, can be stubbornness. And it's like, no, this is what I want to do. This is how I want it to be. But you're being pushed out of the birth canal, right? I mean, that's like literally what it is. You're being pushed out because something new has to be taken on. And I know that sounds like not positive, but think about when we have children. It's so amazing once we birth it, but it's so painful and difficult when we're going through it, right? It's the same kind of idea. So that Mars opposition is going to maintain being a thing. It's exact in the 29 degrees, I said, on the 3rd, but on the 4th, Mars then goes into Leo, and Leo's going to be in that 11th house. So Mars and Leo, Mars again, that warrior energy, Leo having to do with your children, the idea of children, having to do with falling in love, love affairs, romance, joy, monetizable talent, your own business, and it's in the 11th house of friendships, but also thinking about your future, thinking about goals and gains. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of you can be in this space where you feel like you need to fight for your future in order for you to feel secure, where you're fighting, like it's like something has happened and you're feeling like you need to, almost like the tendency is going to want to be like, let me micromanage these things so that I could feel more safe. Because suddenly something that you didn't even realize was maybe vulnerable has suddenly shown itself to be vulnerable in your life, and whatever that is. And so you're going to be in this place of like, oh my gosh, I need to figure this out. I need to figure this out. Don't freak out. Do not freak out in the month of November. Please, please, please don't. Let the energy roll out. I mean, this is the thing. You have a lot of supportive energy. I like this month for you. Out of all the signs, a couple of signs, and you're one of them, that I think are going to have the easiest go. But we're all going to be feeling Pluto opposing Mars. I don't care what sign it is. We're all going to be feeling that. Okay. And so this is the thing. When Pluto opposes that Mars and Leo energy, that's called an out of bounds opposition. So that's like a little frenetic. It's like, I'm not sure where I belong. I feel the opposition, but where is it? Where is it? So, right? This is only going to last a couple of weeks. So just expect like November, you have supportive energy, you have supportive people around you, you have opportunities coming in. But like in you, within your own energy, you're going to be like a little all over the place, right? So try to center yourself, okay, where you can. Venus goes into Capricorn on November 11th. That's in the 4th house. Venus is nice, Venus in the 4th is nice. This is wonderful for property or real estate. If you are looking to move, I know a lot of you are looking to move, having to do with making changes in your home. Maybe you're making additions, or you're inviting somebody new to come live with you, or there's some sort of moving in, moving out kind of energy. There could be changes within the home environment, but there's an energy of support because it's a Venus, and it's in the sign of Capricorn, which is so stable. Capricorn is so, so stable. So this really does favor commitments in relationships, to a significant other, to family, to finances. This is great for nurturing, for really being very focused on long-term goals that you want to achieve. This energy aligns really well with your introspective side, maybe focusing on securing a more a stronger foundation for yourself. Because remember, the fourth house is very connected to our ability to feel emotionally secure and emotionally stable and trying to figure something out. So there's going to be a lot of problem solving here, and you're going to be able to do it because you do have that Saturn retrograde in the sixth house of problem solving, okay? And it is going to be sextiling this energy. In fact, it is going to be sextiling Ceres within a 7-degree sextile, but it's still loud enough for me to be happy with it, to help you, right? It's like, what are you going to, commit to, and how are things going to be? You're going through a maturation process right now, Libra, that's very real. It's very, very real. And you're going to be going through it, especially over the next 2 years. But the next 6 months is really when everything's going to start to feel very real. And then you're sort of going to get used to like the new normal kind of thing there. We do have Pluto moving into Aquarius on November 19th. So, I feel like we've been talking about this forever, but, past 2 years we've been talking about it, right? So finally moving into that fifth house for you. So Pluto in the fifth house can bring the birth of a child. It could bring some sort of realization about children. It could bring some sort of change in the life of a child. Especially your oldest child. So they could be going through some sort of change. Maybe they got a new job, they're getting married, something is going on with them. Check in with them, check in with your adult children, make sure that they're being responsible with their money because it is Pluto after all. Being responsible with anything like that. This could bring, like I said, a new relationship, some sort of new business as well. New hobbies could be begun here. Very nice energy. Now, the magnitude at which you're going to experience it does depend on your own personal birth chart and what else you have in the fifth house, or what you have also in like that would be sextiling or trining it. But this is just generally speaking. I did a separate video on Pluto and Aquarius, means that you could certainly check out. But everybody, because it's Pluto. Pluto's very controlling, wants to be very independent. But this is a very transformative energy, and themes that come with this, because it is an Aquarius, have to do with innovation, have to do with independence and this collective purpose. And in that fifth house, a lot of you could find yourself in this space where you're creating some sort of business for yourself that actually checks off those boxes, where it says something very innovative that you want to bring out, where you're going to feel a lot more independent, where there's going to be like this greater purpose, where you're going to be, connecting to people. Aquarius is very, um, uh, it's Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, and Uranus does rule technology. And it's sitting in opposition with the 11th house, which is where Uranus and Aquarius actually live. So this is very good for a lot of you. A lot of you may feel very motivated to either change a business that you have, do some sort of change having to do with relationships. Some of you may be feeling very aggressive now. And I'm going to say aggressive about having a child once and for all, or realizing that you're not going to have a child. Like there's no gray in this energy, if that makes sense. So you're going to be doing a lot of that. But you could check out that separate video that I did on that just for more detailed information. Now we do have Mercury going retrograde in Sagittarius in your third house of communication, how you think, your neighbors, your neighborhood. Education, learning things from, grassroots up, anything having to do with writing, communicating, right? Writing songs, writing books, writing curriculum of any kind, right? Especially because it's in the sign of Sagittarius, which rules higher education. So maybe you're actually writing some sort of curriculum for higher education, or you're communicating having to do with, it could be some sort of communication having to do with father energy as well, because it's Sagittarius. It could have something to do with, some of you may be starting like some sort of social media, some sort of social media on some sort of social media platform, anything like that, anything that's going to grow you beyond where it is that you are. This is a very nice energy. But this is where we're doing a lot of thinking and a lot of planning about it, because it's Mercury retrograde. So you could be receiving information about some sort of business proposal, receiving information having to do with a sibling or an extended family member, that some sort of whatever message is coming in, it's absolutely impacting the future, right? And in that third house, there's going to be a lot of communication about it. There's going to be a lot of thought. There's going to be a lot of very deep consideration of recent changes so that you can realign, where you are now, realign your values, where it is that you see yourself going. It's going to be sort of like a lot of like, okay, let's take a deep breath. Let's look at the reality of everything. Let's strategize. Because again, there's been this turn of events that has changed things. And this is something that's very, that's creating the need to deeply consider your next moves. And it's very supportive. It just is. I mean, you have Jupiter in the ninth house, which is Jupiter could not be more exalted in your chart. And it's like that's the house where God speaks to us. I mean, you have your angels are with you. There is no question. It's just beautiful until June of 2025. Really nice energy there. So even if you feel kind of confused this month, a little scared about things, because again, I do feel like a lot of you are going into November feeling this fear. Um, there are so many blessings around you. Now, we do have the new moon in Sagittarius, which again brings a lot of new things to light, right? And it's in, again, this idea of realization on November 30th. And this is going to really be encouraging you to set some sort of new goals and engage with maybe a new sense of purpose, with a newfound sense of optimism. It's such really a great energy for looking at new opportunities, new possibilities, making new connections, and just lots of communication, though. There's definitely going to be like a lot of communicating, a lot of now the new moon in Sag in the third house, because the third house is very local, but Sagittarius is not. Sagittarius has to do with foreign lands and foreign travel. So you might want to travel, but you're needing to stay local. So you might be in this space where you're like, okay, let me maybe go to a museum or a bookshop or local shows, or, do things a little more local. Could be a situation going on. If you go on a trip, and you may go on a trip because you do have Jupiter in Gemini in the ninth house, it's not like out of the country, not in November. So you just might go to like another state or another zip code or something like that. That does seem to be travel there, but it's not so heavily indicated for it to be like out of the country, as Sagittarius and Jupiter usually indicate. But that is what I have for you. And the last thing that I want to mention here as well is the fact that you do have Estrella at 27 degrees in Libra in your first house, opposing Hygeia, which is Hygeia is retrograde in the seventh house of marriage partners, business partners, bosses rather. So this is the thing. For some of you, with that Estrella is like understanding that it's like something's reached its expiration point and you want to kind of get out of something. I know this is a very heavy message that I'm about to say. It's not going to resonate with everybody, but please hear me out. Something happens with a partner's health that ends up making you stay put, because Estrella is like, the expiration date has been super obvious. You have not been able to make the move, but now it's time to make it. But wait a minute, this opposition is happening with Hygeia in Aries. Aries rules the head. Aries rules the physical body. So maybe it's just something that a significant other is dealing with, and like you're holding off, right, on that. It is traveling with Black Moon Lilith, so you do want to be careful of not being too self-absorbed in any sort of situation, not thinking too much about yourself. You just want to be careful of that, right? I do want to just say that. Also, some of you may be realizing that maybe you did a job in the healthcare industry, because Chiron and Hygeia are both in the seventh house of bosses and contracts, but you're realizing that you don't want to do that anymore, or you're not in that arena anymore as a caretaker. This is something that you just simply don't want to do anymore. Or maybe you're realizing that you actually want to dissolve some sort of contract for a business that you own. Maybe it's not in healthcare, but it can have something to do with the head. So head, maybe it's hair, maybe it's makeup, something like that. you're realizing like you want to make some changes, but it's like you can't. There's a reason why you can't. And it does have to do with the health of somebody or the health of a situation right now. So, if that resonates with you, it's not going to resonate with everyone. Don't worry. It is just a transit and it's not going to last. Things will become more clear, more clear, more clear as we move along. All right, my friends, I hope that was helpful. Thanks for hanging with me. See you next time. Bye-bye. Hey, Scorpio, welcome to November. Let's get into this. We're starting out with the new moon in your sign, in your first house on November 1st. And this is actually working really nicely with Saturn. Saturn is retrograde in a trine in the fifth house. Fifth house energy has to do with your children, especially your oldest child. It has to do with relationship, love relationships, your own business, anything that brings you joy and happiness, anything connected to creativity. It can even be connected to vacations, right? Just general vacations could be fifth house energy as well. Now, new moon is a luminary, so information comes in, something's going to be realized. This is going to be an intense one, though, absolutely, because your sign is very intense. Lots of introspection, though, and this is going to be giving you a lot of availability, right, energetically for setting intentions related to anything connected to personal growth and healing in any of these areas, right? I mean, anytime we have an important kind of transit in our first house, it's a little bit of a wild card energy, right? So it can really impact any part of life. It does oppose relationships, but for this, it's trining your children, your joy, your happiness. Again, your ability to be creative, your ability to tap into and to really figure out what it is that you want. And Saturn is retrograde. So just to be clear though, there's going to be a catalyst kind of energy with this new moon. It's going to be rolling out over the next 6 months. And as it rolls out, there's going to be a very long lasting energy from this. So whatever you're realizing here, again, there's a realization because it's new information coming in with new moon, new light, again, new information. um, you're really going to be looking at things. And what I like about it being in your first house as well, especially, is there's going to be a natural tendency to really confront any sort of inner challenges that you might have been dealing with. And it's going to help you to transform by helping you to let go of any old patterns that maybe aren't really helping you anymore, especially when it comes to anything connected to your children or to relationships or even just to your own general joy and happiness. So I really like this new moon energy. Now, moving into the second. Mercury transits you in Scorpio, and it's forming, though, a trine and a sextile to Mars and Pluto, respectively. So the Pluto energy is in that third house of communication and the way we think, your siblings, um, extended family members, learning new things, right? Third house is very connected to writing and learning something from like the ground up. It's very connected to all forms of communication. And it's the third house in a very loose way. It's kind of also very connected to like your kind of like your daily environment, right? Your day-to-day sort of thing, right? Third house and sixth house are very connected to that. So there's change there, right? I mean, there's definitely some change that's going to be going on that you're thinking about. You're thinking about change. And is that Pluto is cusping at 29 degrees. We're getting ready to go into that fourth house. Some of you are really thinking about your living situation. A lot of you are thinking about your security. A lot of you are thinking about these things, but because that's a sextile, which is very supportive, there's going to be like an energy of optimism about it. Now, on the other side of it, it is going to be trining Mars, and Mars is 20 at this point at 29 degrees in that ninth house energy. So ninth house is very much about where are you going and growing to, right? It's, ninth house is the house that God speaks to us, and it's very connected to politics. It's very connected to the ninth house is so big. It's politics, it's lawyers, it's legalities, local governance, it's higher education, higher mindedness, religion, organized or otherwise. But it also has to do with foreign land and foreign travel, importing and exporting, as well as to part of the communication access. So it's very connected to negotiating, advertising, marketing, launching something, getting something out there to the world. Everything in an attempt to grow yourself in one way or another, physically, spiritually, just to kind of get yourself, out into this space. And with that Mars energy at 29th degree, you could be, look, 29th degree, the anaretic degree, even though it's in a trine, it is a 29th degree. Whenever something is at the 29th degree, it can tend to take on the shadow manifestation of that sign. And when we're talking about Mars and that energy, Mars can be a little spoiled brat, right? When he's tired and when he's in his shadow, right? Because he does rule Aries, and Aries is the baby of the zodiac. So it's a leadership energy, but it's leadership where it's like, I want my way and I want it now. This is the way I want it. And it's very difficult to see other perspectives, even though it's in a trine. Okay. I just want to give you a little bit of a heads up. It's supportive, but you want to just check yourself there, right? Because it is at that 29th degree. But there can be a lot of conversation, a lot of communication about what's going to be happening in the future. Just generally speaking, you're thinking a lot about it. Many of you are going to be talking about it. You'll be talking to a significant other. You'll be talking to your family members, whatever it is. You're very focused now on dealing with and accepting and embracing the change and transformation that's going on. And I say that because, Pluto's the big star of the year, right? I mean, look, all of the five big outer energies are changing houses this year. I mean, so this is going to be a very interesting year, generally speaking. And I've been saying that for a while. But Pluto changes this month, and Pluto, as your ruler, is really pulling you with him, right? He really is. So there's going to be a lot of change in your life, and there's a lot to be excited for, even if things haven't been going ideal for you. It's this energy of optimism, like, okay, well, it's been that way, so change could be good because it'll just feel better. Let me just go in a different direction and it's going to feel better than what I'm experiencing now. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. So it's very supportive. Now, we do have this Mars opposition that we have to talk about. Now, straight out of the gate, this is going to be a little bit of a crazy energy. I'm not even going to try to sugarcoat it. I'm going to do a separate video on this just because I feel like it's just important. I think I'm going to actually do it in a way where I started out by talking about the mundane astrology on a societal level, having to do with the world, and then I'll break it out into the signs. But regardless, let me just address it at least in a basic way for you. Initially, on November 3rd, Mars is in Cancer at 29th degree, the anaretic degree, which typically does indicate vulnerability and fear in that ninth house of growth and expansion. So there's vulnerability about where am I going? What am I doing? Right. And it's opposing the 29th degree Pluto energy in Capricorn, right, in that third house of communication. Capricorn has to do with long-term plans. It has to do with career, public reputation. You're standing in the world. What am I doing? Where am I going? And those are opposing each other. And there could be a big tug of war. I mean, this is what could ultimately end up happening. It brings a very heightened energy. Now, the heightened energy also brings with it a lot of self-discipline and a lot of assertiveness, which is good. This is good. This is one of the superpowers that comes out of this. But there may be challenges around ideas of power dynamics, and there could even be some challenges around impulsive spending. We have to be careful when Pluto opposes Mars. It could be very impulsive, right? And Pluto does rule other people's money. It is a money energy, so it could be that as well. This idea of being impulsive, right? Impulsive when it comes to how you want to grow and what it is that you want to do. You want to make sure that you're not being too impulsive if it's going to cut off a supply of income for you. You just want to make sure that your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed before making any sort of like big change there. But the thing is, November 3rd, that Mars opposition, it's an exact opposition. 29 degree Capricorn, 29 degree Cancer, right? Cancer, Capricorn oppose each other. But then the next day, right, on November 5th, November 4th, yeah, Mars goes into Leo. Pluto is still going to be opposing Mars, but now it's in what's called an out-of-bound opposition. And that creates a lot of frenetic energy. Now, that Mars energy is going to go into your 10th house of your long-term goals, your career, your public reputation, your standing in the world. Pluto opposing that, there could be arguments. People could be pulling you into arguments having to do with work, having to do with the future. There could be a lot of group argument. You want to be careful. If there are people arguing around you, go the other way. Don't even engage. Don't engage, don't engage, don't engage, please. All right. I don't like this energy. You very rarely hear me saying that. I think all transits have their value. This one does as well. It's just that, Mars rules war, weaponry, fire, passion, things heated, it's like bridge burning kind of energy. And because Pluto is so controlling, we have to be careful. Now, good thing, this is going to be allowing you to feel a lot more self-discipline and a lot more assertive in making sure that you're not walked on or you're not mistreated, which is good, but you really want to kind of balance the energy out there, Scorpio, okay? You just want to balance it out. Is that Mars and Leo is going to be in there. And it's, Leo energy has to do with relationships, and it has to do with our children, and it has to do with our own business, and it has to do with our hobbies and things that we do for joy. And the thing is, when Mars goes into Leo, you are going to be very serious about finally finding your happiness. Now, you might fight with children, you can even fight having to do with the business, or you might be fighting for a business, or you might even be very motivated to open up a business, and that could be a positive manifestation of that. Okay, I like that with Saturn retrograde in the fifth house. I think that's it's a very supportive energy for opening your own business or starting to do something that sort of encourages your own independence in one way or another. It's a nice energy for that. Now we have Venus going into Capricorn on November 11th, and Capricorn, of course, is in your third house. Venus is very nice in there. Lots of beautiful conversations. People are listening to you. You're saying things, at least initially. And I'm saying that only because Mercury is going retrograde later in the month. So we're going to talk about that. But Venus is great in the third house. It's a Mercury ruled house. So having the conversation with the significant other about the status of the relationship or where things are going, or having the conversation with the boss, because it's in the sign of Capricorn, which rules career, public reputation, and your standing in the world. So sitting down and having the conversation about a raise, some sort of advancement, some sort of leveling up in the relationship, some sort of, okay, I can't really do it like this anymore, but I really don't want to leave. Can we sit down and have some sort of conversation, about, it's the house of the magician that Venus is going to be in, which is the baby benefic. It's nice energy there. And also the fact that you do have Jupiter hanging out in your eighth house until June of 25. The changes and transformation are going to be very blessed, okay? You're going to have a lot of blessings as you go after this change, after the transformation, even if you're nervous, even if you're feeling like, I don't know if I could do this. I don't know if I want to do this. Do I really have to do that? That kind of thing. You have a lot of really cool energy under your wings to support you. So I do want to let you know that. But that Venus energy is very nice for finances, talking about relationship, having the conversation with the sibling or extended family member. Venus is also very creative as well. And in the third house, you might come up with like a creative way of teaching something, a creative idea to write a book, some sort of creative way of connecting with people. You could certainly meet Venus in the third house. You could meet someone online. You could meet someone even in your neighborhood, actually. You can meet somebody new if you're looking for a new relationship. This could certainly be happening there as well. But I'm feeling more about the online thing, especially with that Jupiter energy in Gemini. Yeah. Yeah, and that Uranus energy, it's retrograde 25 degrees in the seventh house. So, meeting somebody online would be nice. But again, you could meet somebody also in your neighborhood, which is a little more indicated to me online. So we have that Pluto energy moving into Aquarius, right? Finally, right? We've been talking about it for 2 years. That's it. November 19th goes into your fourth house for the next, it's not until 2044, the next 20 years. Not turning around, not going retrograde anymore, no more dancing back and forth between that and Capricorn. It's done. You have made it through your Pluto and Capricorn transit in the third house. Now you're going into an angular house. Okay. Angular houses require action. Houses 1, 4, 7, and 10. Action is going on there. So Pluto in that fourth house energy, again, you do want to check your own chart to see what is going on in your natal fourth house, just so that you're familiar with what Pluto is going to be transiting there. But for the collective, generally speaking, you're going to be moving. You're going to be making changes in your home environment. There are going to be people moving in, moving out. There's definitely some sort of change having to do with your inner base of operations. For some of you, the level of security that you feel. Now, this is not a bad thing. You don't want to get stuck in the mindset where Pluto's scary, Pluto takes away. I said that, and a lot of you are like, no, Pluto removes, he crushes, he annihilates. No, he doesn't. You might have Vulcan somewhere in your chart. Obviously we all do, but that sounds more Vulcan. That sounds maybe even like, Vulcan squaring Saturn or something like that. Check your chart. Pluto does end things, but he brings new things as well. And this is what we have to keep our eye on that. We must remember that he doesn't take away things that are ultimately meant for us. The change is needed that comes in. I did a separate video on that. I don't want to overspeak it. You could check it out more for your own sign there. But, generally speaking, in that fourth house, by the way, Pluto in the fourth house, excellent if you're working from home. On the computer, Aquarius, ruled by Uranus. Uranus rules your fourth house. Excellent. So good. Anything connected to innovation, anything connected to like some sort of collective purpose for people. So, so good there. But independence, yeah. And then that fourth house energy, really great, for working. Also getting into like the selling of property and real estate would be really, really good, especially this year with Jupiter in the eighth house, because the eighth house is very connected to like mortgages and anything cyclical. And obviously the real estate market is very cyclical. This is a very exciting time to get in, because even though everything is horrible right now, it's not going to stay like this. So for you to get in, study, get licensed, blah, 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 if you're not already, by the time you're ready, the rates are going to be dropping. There'll be more housing at that point, and that will be less of an issue as it is right now, which will be good. Then moving on, we have Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius. So Sagittarius is your second house. So that Pluto going Mercury retrograde, the shadow of Mercury retrograde starts like the end of the first week of November. Okay. Yeah, so Mercury retrograde in that second house. Second house is very connected to like ancestral patterning. So on a very introspective level, because it'd be very introspective, Mercury's retrograde, it's within, it's kind of like blocked from the sun in the same way. A lot of you may be feeling very introspective about family patterning, ancestral patterning, things going on with family. It could certainly be that. Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius could also be having you rethink, how am I going to grow my money? How am I going to be okay for the future? Mercury retrograde is going to be having you really sit down and think, like really put your thinking cap on, having to do with potentially moving, because the second house also rules our possessions. Anything that we possess, that we care about, whether it's our home, our couch, the money in our bank account. So really thinking things through here with this energy, and you're thinking, with that Venus and Capricorn energy, really thinking about your future. There's going to be a lot of like sort of slow unpeeling that's going to be happening, but you want to be mindful of something, Scorpio. November should be a month where you're doing more adding than subtracting. Adding things, adding with that Chiron and North Node energy in your sixth house, especially with Hygeia retrograde. If you're dealing with any sort of health issue, make sure you get in front of that, right? So you would be adding, taking better care of maybe you're adding a different kind of diet, or you're adding the idea that you want to, whatever you're releasing, you would be releasing something that is just simply not good for you. So you might, in that second house, because the second house rules your mouth, anything that you put in your mouth, it rules your inner bodies as well, inner body. So Mercury retrograde could bring news about some sort of health situation or a realization about how you've been treating your body. Right. And it's because that Jupiter energy is involved in this, right? Because Jupiter rules your second house. Jupiter wants you to succeed. Jupiter wants you to be okay and to be good and to flourish, for your money to flourish, for your body to flourish. He wants all of these things for you, right? And because it's trining the second house energy is trining the sixth house of health. This is such a good, especially the next 6 months, to get on a healthier regimen of diet, maybe not drinking if you're drinking, not smoking if you're smoking, whatever it is that you might do, whatever vice you might have, that's not ultimately good for you, that you feel like you're doing it to the point where it's detrimental to your health. This is a really good time to get in front of that, because I do want to say that the Pluto in the fourth house, I see this a lot, where the fourth house is very connected to our health as well. It's very connected to our breast health, but not only our breast health, our overall energy, our overall health as well. So we do want to be careful there. There can be connection to, like, stomach disorders and things, even though stomach disorders specifically, like, yes, like any sort of GI issue, IBS, anything like that is typically connected to sixth house Virgo energy, that kind of thing. But you do have Chiron in the sixth house right now. So there could be things manifesting in the health arena. So if you're not feeling great like you normally do, you do want to make those changes. Now we do have the new moon in Sagittarius in that second house. So new information coming to you, some sort of new awareness. And this is on November 30th. It's going to be really encouraging you to set some sort of new plans in play, to engage with some sort of new sense of purpose and optimism when it comes to your money, when it comes to your foundation, your security, your independence, your internal body, taking care of yourself, watching what you put in your mouth, watching and also looking at your sense of self and your self-esteem as well. I mean, this is very heavy in the second house as well. So there should be some really good realizations, and allow yourself to really identify your shining parts, right? And where you are, but not in a way that's cocky, in a way that's just self-loving, and not self-deprecating, and hold on to those things as well. Because during periods of change, it's very easy to feel vulnerable. It's very easy to feel very insecure about things, right? Especially over the course of the next year, right? That Uranus energy is going to be going into your eighth house Gemini. And so, Uranus is not exalted in the eighth house. And so, you can create some anxiety and some, feeling confused about, things in your life, right? So you want to know that that's coming and say, okay, this is going to be a year where I'm going to make some really good decisions, and I'm going to get off my behind, and I'm going to create some action-oriented plans, right? And, and I give this to a lot of my clients, and it's very helpful. Write down with a pen, old school, not typing. Write down everything that you want to do, that you need to do. Make that phone call, apply for the job, work on changing your diet, drink less, do whatever it is. Write it down on a piece of paper. Take a separate piece of paper and cover everything but those top 2 or 3 things, and give yourself a deadline, 2 weeks. I have to have these first 2 things done in 2 weeks. And then when those 2 things are accomplished, then you bring it down another 1 or 2, and then you set yourself another deadline, rather than feeling overwhelmed, because a lot of you are feeling like not wanting. It's just not, the capability is there, but the desire to actually. And I know a lot of you may make comments, well, that's not me. I'm all about the change, very comfortable change. And that may be completely true, but I don't know you and your birth chart, right? So I don't know how these energies are speaking to your birth chart. But just for the general collective, I could see that, it's difficult. Having Saturn in your house of joy, in a firehouse, because it's a firehouse, even though your Pisces is there. So what happens when we have Saturn in there, that's earth, it brings it all down to the ground. So it could make us feel a little like unmotivated. And like we know what we have to do, but like getting the gumption up to do is like, oh, I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? So, but you have a lot of good supportive energies that are hanging out for you to do these changes. So, I definitely encourage that. And let's say you want to watch out for not self-sabotaging yourself in relationships. This Black Moon Lilith is in Libra in the 12th house of the hidden, which rules secret love affairs, which, you know, any sort of outside extramarital affairs, extra relationship affairs kind of thing. But it could also just be, you know, holding on to something that you shouldn't be holding on to anymore from the past when it comes to a relationship. So it's really about letting go. Really use that, work that South Node in Libra in the 12th house, right? Because it's only going to be there till January. And then the South Node goes into your 11th house Virgo energy. So you really want to use between now and January, first week of January, to like get rid of and just heal, get past whatever it is. A lot of you may be feeling that way. And a lot of you may even be feeling just like such different versions of yourself, right? Even just from like last year at this time, which is totally normal, right? That's very on brand, right? For Scorpio risings right now. So I hope this was helpful in some way. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. And I will be doing that separate Pluto opposing Mars video, hopefully next week. My surgery is Tuesday, so let's see how quickly I heal. All right, my friends, until then, take care. Bye-bye. Hey, Sagittarius, I hope you guys are doing great. So let's talk about November. Let's get started with the new moon in Scorpio in your 12th house on November 1st. This is going to open the month up with some intense energy, lots of introspection. Hopefully, the ability to set some really good intentions related to personal growth and healing and realizations that you might feel like you have a lot of metaphorical like balls up in the air, right? And you know, you're just sort of waiting for things to settle in, right? Do you know what I mean by that? And so this is going to be a very, very interesting month emotionally for you. Okay. I just want to say that straight out of the gate. This is not a bad thing. This is just the way it's going to be. Some days you're going to feel really up and you're going to feel really good and really confident. And just as quickly, you're going to feel down and you're going to be like, what is happening to me? You know, and this is like, because you're getting your energy is getting ready for that Pluto to move into the third house on the 19th. And this is very real. But with starting with this new moon in Scorpio, which is very intense, which is very connected to not only the past, but things that are controlling us now and feeling like, isn't it ever going to change? Oh my gosh, right? But with the new moon here, it's a great energy to set intentions. It's a great energy. That's why it's so important that we make the choice to look at things that the glass half full and not half empty. This can absolutely deepen some sort of ongoing theme where you're going to feel pushed to confront your inner demons, for lack of a better term, that's been challenging you up to now. And it's all with the intention of helping you to transform and let go of old patterns and let go of old ways of doing things that just haven't really been helping you as much as you would want them to up to this point, right? And just realizing that it's time to take on some sort of like new normal. Now, what I like about this new moon energy is that it is trining Saturn in the fourth house, and this is very nice. Saturn in the fourth, having that energy trine from the 12th house, nice energy for home situations. You might be doing some work on your home. You might be elevating a home, meaning you might be moving to a newer home or making your home even nicer, expanding it in some way, or doing some sort of work that could be happening. You might be getting a lot of support from home, support from your family right now. You also may be in a position with that new moon energy in the 12th house of the nurse and that Saturn energy retrograde in the fourth house of home and family and home environment, you may actually find yourself in a situation where, like, you're nursing a family member right now. Somebody has some sort of situation going on where they need some help, or a family member might be helping you. It might be reciprocal. You both might have a little something going on, but the idea here, it's a lovely energy, actually. I feel like it's very supportive. It's, you know, it's very, very supportive is what I see here. But it's this idea of simultaneous to that, there's going to be a lot of this cleaning out. Now, because it's trining Saturn, whatever you're cleaning out is not coming back. It's not the kind of thing where it's like, all right, well, I'm not going to think about that anymore. And then suddenly you're thinking about it 2 days later. Like this is such transformative energy that it's like once you let it go in the 12th house, right? Healing what hasn't been healed yet, letting go of what needs to be let go of, it's gone because it's trining Saturn. This is going for the long term. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen overnight like that, but this month, you're going to start to feel just like a way of thinking shredding off of you and a whole new way of thinking, you sort of walking into a new way of thinking. Now, we do have some Mercury transits going on November 2nd in the sign of Scorpio, and it's forming a trine and a sextile to Mars and Pluto, respectively. So we do have that Mercury energy. Mercury is in your first house, of course, in Sagittarius. Let me just make sure of something. Yes. So in that first house, Sagittarius energy, and yeah, it's sextile that Pluto energy. So it's very interesting here because you're in that last degree of hoo-ha energy, right? Having the 29th degree in the second house, having to do with money, having to do with your health, right? Having to do with your having a strong foundation, your sense of self. Some of you may be feeling really challenged about how you feel about yourself. You might be like, I used to be this way. Why am I this way now? Why am I not as, capable or as fit or as healthy or as strong or as understanding or as patient, whatever it is, right? Whatever it is. Or why am I not feeling what I used to feel? I used to love my job, right? Because it's in Capricorn. Now I don't feel it anymore. Or it's just looking for this change because it's very connected to your long-term plans, right? Very connected, right, to that energy. But Mercury in that first house, it can affect like your whole chart, first of all, right? But it's with that energy, it's like all of those things at once. You're thinking about your money, thinking about your sense of self, self-esteem. Where am I? Do I feel like I have a strong foundation? All of these things. And some of the things you're going to be like, yeah, I feel pretty okay with that. And that's beautiful because it's a sextile. And others of you are going to be like, it's time to problem solve. Cool. I have a sextile. I'm going to do it. Very supportive energy. So that's dealing with Pluto. And then we have Mars on the other side, which is at this point is still going to be hanging out in that Cancer energy, which is in the eighth house. And so it's looking at, debt. You're looking at taxes. Mars in that space. You're paying off debt. You're paying off taxes, if that's a thing. You are figuring out your finances for the future. There's a lot of discussion with a partner about these things. There's a lot of, Mars in the eighth can be very fiery, especially when it comes to intimacy. But in the sign of Cancer, it's like so loving. So you could just feel very connected, very in love with your partner, right? Or very connected to people who you're in business with, or very connected. And this is the thing. If you're doing business with people who you don't feel connected, man, is that going to come up in spades? Because Mars on the 5th, yeah, on the 5th is going into Leo in the ninth house of negotiation. Having to do with those things. So leading up to that, you could be feeling a lot of this energy about home, about family, about people who you consider your tribe. All of that energy is very, very nice with that Mercury transit, right? It's a very supportive, strategic energy having to do with helpful and healthy communication. It's an excellent time to clarify your priorities and plan long-term actions for all of us, right? But for you, this is like really nice because it's in that first house energy. So that's going to be a real thing for you. Now let's talk about the challenge. Let's get the elephant in the room out of the way, the silly Mars opposition. So I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. This transit is going to be difficult. I'm going to do a separate video on it because it's going to be doing this little bit of a dance between Mars is dancing between Cancer and Leo, between your eighth house and your ninth house, and that Pluto energy is at 29 degrees, right? So on the 3rd, Pluto is opposing Mars at 29 degrees Cancer, 29 degrees Pluto, second house, eighth house energy. That opposition can bring a lot of power struggles, tug of war energy, my money, your money, what I need, what you need. Now, this can be with a significant other, but it could also be with a business partner or some sort of business situation that you're dealing with. It's also bills. Eighth house is bills. Eighth house is again debt, taxes, any sort of a legal situation that has a dollar amount attached to it, right? Just to be clear on that. But there can be some sort of argumentative energies having to do with money, with the significant other, who pays for what, who does what, and it's like, well, I do this and you don't do that, and that kind of energy. So just be mindful of that, okay? That opposition is happening on November 3rd between that Pluto and Mars energy at the energetic 29th degree. Remember, 29th degrees, who shows up? The shadow side of everything shows up. So when we're talking about 29-degree Mars in Cancer, that is a scared, anxious energy. Okay. And when it comes to shared resources, debt, taxes, there's fear there, right? And then that Pluto energy, 29 degrees in Capricorn. Capricorn is very controlling, right? In that second house, right, with Saturn there. You want to be careful of, first of all, not being dishonest, Sag, about money with the significant other. But there can be this, no, this is what I'm doing with my, this is the way I'm going to do it, and this is what makes me feel good, and kind of having that kind of energy. And generally speaking, I'm not suggesting that there's anything wrong with that, but there's got to be, it can't be my way or the highway, right? Especially with this kind of opposition, you do not want to generate any sort of nasty karma for yourself. It's not worth it. So have the open conversation about your needs and what they need, whether it's you and a significant other, you and a business partner, and it might even be you working something out having to do with the negotiation of a housing situation or some sort of debt consolidation or paying something off, something like that, right? You just want to keep those beautiful lines of communication. You're so good at that. You guys are Saggy energies. You're all about negotiating, and this is the month to really exercise that, okay? So that Mars opposition is going to be a bit of a nuisance because Mars the next day on the 4th goes into Leo. Mars is going to be in Leo in your 9th house, again, having to do with negotiating, marketing, advertising, launching, politics. I don't want you to get into any sort of legal situations. Please don't do that, because it is the law, legalities, and local governance. Mars in there in Leo, that's like you going out drinking and getting like a DWI. You want to be careful of that, or any sort of like ruckus like that. If that's not your jam, this could certainly be dealing with some sort of legal situation, battling something out because it's in Leo. It might have to do with a child or children, offspring of some kind. This could also have to do with fighting over politics. Please don't do that. It's politics is the 9th house. There could also be, the 9th house is also the manifestation of father energy, grandfather energy as well, second spouse energy. Just try to avoid any sort of fighting, because what happens when Mars is in Leo is we have a hard time on a personal level, all of us, controlling our ego. And it's not the ego where it's like, look at me, it's really not like that. Not in these early degrees, because we're still getting that energy from Cancer. A lot of it has to do with fear, right? And the way that we think things need to be, right? So you do want to be just a little careful of that, okay? Because this is the thing as well. I mentioned the Pluto opposing Cancer, Pluto in Capricorn, Cancer, and Mars in Cancer. Then that next day, on the 4th, that Mars energy goes into Leo. It's still opposed Pluto, but now it's called an out of bounds opposition, which can be very frenetic. It's very raw. Mars is very close to Earth right now. He just is. These next few months, he's been, and we feel it. We feel a lot of Martian energy, right? Don't we? It's like people are crazy. Can't we just all like, how many of us cannot wait until this election is over in the States? Like, whoever's going to win already. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, everybody, can we all just be friends again? But we're going to be feeling that on an interpersonal level as well. And we are feeling that on an interpersonal level. Hence, why a lot of this is going to be, because this Mars energy that I'm talking about in Leo is now then going to be squaring your 12th house. And so that 12th house square can cause a lot of fluctuation in your mental realm, it's like, And it's real. It's like I just want to say it's less an anxiety and more of like a depression. And I'm not saying this to be depressing. I'm saying this if you're feeling it, that's why. Because you're realizing that things are changing. And if they're changing in a way that makes you feel really uncomfortable, and you're not surrounded by people who really get you, it could be very difficult, right? So you want to really lean on your friends, lean on your family, lean on, whoever is close to you that you can lean on right now during this period of change, okay? Because it's a moody energy, just saying it straight up. So you're not losing your mind. It's like, trust me, I have a lot of my clients are like, what's wrong with me? Why am I, crying spontaneously? Why am I feeling this way? I feel unmotivated to do things, not the way that I normally am, right? Because you guys are usually like, you're it, man, right? You guys have the backpack at the door all the time. You're the wanderlust energy, always wanting to be on the go, naturally optimistic, naturally funny. And it's just been a weird little run right now. So understand that this is the transit right now. Now, we also have Venus going into Capricorn from November 11th. And this always does favor commitments and relationships and finances and anything that's nurturing, anything like that. And that Capricorn energy in the second house, we like Venus in the second house. We like it for our money, our long term, our sense of self, our self-esteem, feeling better about ourselves. We love Venus in a Saturn ruled house, that second house energy, when it comes to our health as well. She gives us lots of blessings to turn things around. So if things have been like, aching and bugging and doing all of these kinds of things, this is a nice little window of time for you to take really good care of yourself and have you're able to see the benefits of it. Very good for money as well. Really good for sitting opposite that Cancer energy. You might be investing in your house, again, making some sort of changes in where it is that you live. With Saturn in the fourth, you might be realizing that you have to invest more money than you thought in a home project, or maybe the purchase of a home that you wanted, something like that. But that's very supportive energy, right? With Venus in there. And then of course we have that Pluto energy moving into Aquarius on the 19th, and that's going to be happening in your third house. And again, you can refer to the longer video I did for all of the signs, but in short, Pluto energy in the third, you can expect the way that you think and the way that you communicate to be very, very different. You're moving into a whole new space, a whole new version of yourself. And this is not to say that there was anything wrong with you before, but you're just going to be changing. You're going to be seeing through people's nonsense. You're going to be able to, because this is the thing, Sagittarius energy is so optimistic. And when it meets, Sagittarius meet people, they want to believe in the goodness of people. They want to believe they do smell like a BS artist a mile away, generally speaking. That's going to be like on steroids for the next 20 years. And you're not going to have the patience to entertain it anymore. Because typically you would entertain. You would be able to vibe somebody and tolerate them. You're not going to be able to anymore. Not in an impatient way, but just like, I don't really need you right now. I don't need you in my life, right? Because the authenticity is going to be huge for you. Remember, Sag, authenticity matters a significant amount to you guys, right? Because you're naturally ruled by Jupiter. And Jupiter is the voice of God, who really pushes us to be very authentic and very real. Right. And, and you're going to be really looking at, if you're one of the Sagittariuses who tend to overpromise or tend to exaggerate sometimes, or tend to be manipulative, all of those things are going to be changing. You're going to realize that you do these things. If you are a Sag that does that, I don't know what's in your chart, but it's very common. And you're going to be realizing like, I don't want to be like that anymore. I don't want to do that. It's like, that's going to be a beautiful thing. This is not all negative. I don't like when people look very negative. Again, if you're having very negative experiences, there could be so many other transits going on in your chart that could be indicated, for that. But then we have Mercury going retrograde in your sign. So the pre-shadow starts like the end of the first week of November, goes retrograde on November 25th. It's going to be retrograde for a bit here. It's about 2 months in that energy. So Mercury retrograde, and I like Mercury retrograde. I really do, because it's a time to slow down and be meticulous and go through things with a fine-tooth comb and think about things very practically in a space of reality. And this is very, very grounding for you, especially because that ruler of Jupiter is very expansive and big and always likes to think about these big things and do things big like that. It's very sort of allowing you to focus on the minutia and the practicality of things, taking things slow, talking things through in a relationship, talking things through about any sort of move, having to do with a business situation. There's going to be a lot more patience there for you. This is going to be nice, okay? You're going to be looking at past experiences, past intentions, past desires, things that have been, leading up to now. And you're going to be like, okay, how can I make things different, moving forward? This supports a very strong, very deep consideration of recent changes that are going on in your life in general. And the Mercury retrograde is going to help you to realign with, well, I guess align with a new purpose, because it's going to be a new purpose. So realign would be an old purpose, but there's going to be like a new alignment, I guess I should say, to a new purpose. And I love the energy of refinement that's going to be happening for you guys. And then finally on the 30th, we do have the new moon in your sign. So you guys are really going to be feeling it. And this is going to be encouraging you to set some sort of new goals, new situations for yourself moving forward. I mean, it's happening in your sign. So this could have anything to do from work to planning for retirement to relationship to situations pertaining to children. I mean, you name it, because it's in your first house. But the idea here is new moon, right? A luminary, it's going to bring light, it's going to bring realizations. And in Sagittarius is a Jupiter energy. It's very much about growth, right? It's very much about expanding self, right? Now, again, because it's in Sagittarius, this could be some sort of new opportunity to travel, some sort of new opportunity to do work abroad, some sort of new opportunity to study something new in higher education, get deeper into your religious beliefs, your religion. There could be, again, new moon in Sag could bring something to light having to do with some sort of legal situation as well, right? But this is really underscoring this idea of personal growth, just generally for everyone, personal growth and a chance to really broaden your perspective, because your perspectives will be expanding with that Pluto energy in your third house. There's no question about it. So I hope this is helpful for you guys. I'll be doing a separate video on that Pluto opposing Mars, just because it's worth noting. And I think I'll talk about the societal world collective. And whenever I do those videos, people come after me because they don't like what I'm saying, but a lot of what I say comes through true. So I just think we might all benefit from some additional information to understand how this might be impacting us as a collective on the world stage. All right, my friends, I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Hi, Capricorn. I hope you're doing great. Okay, so November, much easier month for us. Okay. Yes. Well, let's start by talking about the new moon in Scorpio on November 1st. I mean, this opens the month with a very intense energy. We cannot have a new moon energy in the sign of Scorpio in the 11th house without it being intense, but this could bring a lot of socializing. This could bring a lot of consideration about the future. And what I'm talking about here, remember, new moons, the moon is a luminary, right? And the terms in the sign of Scorpio, Scorpio is very controlling, right? It's very, very connected, though, to this idea of change and transformation in the house of goals and gains and thinking about the future and doing things differently. So expect this new moon energy in Scorpio, trining Saturn retrograde, epiphanies, realizations of what it is that you want to do now moving forward. Now that Saturn energy is in the third house of thought and communication, siblings, extended family, learning new things, writing, creating, any sort of curriculum, writing music, writing poetry, anything creating some sort of, also anything having to do like social media is very third house, anything like that. This trine to this new moon in Scorpio energy, it's all interconnected. So the change is sort of bringing that third house energy and it's bringing it in. Now, it's in the sign of Pisces, this Saturn retrograde, right? So Pisces is very about being unconditionally loving and giving. I mean, this could be a great energy for sibling relationships, old friends, really nice there, being very welcomed by some sort of online community, that you may have, you want to start or something like that, or realize that. Great supportive energy for writing. A Pisces is such a good energy to write in because Pisces energy rules the 12th house, right? And well, lives rather, I should say, lives in the 12th house of planning things behind the scenes and doing very creative things behind the scenes. So nice energy for doing anything like that, any sort of doing anything creative, really. And the thing is this, you don't have to finish it in November, but you just have to initiate it, right? Some sort of catalyst is coming along. For a lot of you, the catalyst has hit already. You know exactly what I'm talking about. But others of you are going to have this epiphany and this realization. You start it now, but it starts to roll out over the next 6 months. And this is something that's going to bring you long-term benefits, okay? Moving on to November 2nd, we have Mercury doing a couple of transits here. So we have it's in Scorpio, and it's forming this trine in the sextile between Mars and Pluto, respectively, which is very connected to sharpening focus, uncovering truths, very strategic communication for sure. Now, with that Mercury energy, Mercury again is very Mercury is getting ready to go, by the way, the end of this first week into pre-shadow, right? It's in your 12th house of the hidden, of behind the scenes, it's the house of the nurse, the caretaker energy. It's the house of self-sabotaging behavior. It's the house of health, right? Disease and disease. It's very connected to health, right? We always look at 12th house energy, second house energy, and sixth house energy. We're talking about health, right? Or wherever Neptune and Pisces are as well. So with that Mercury energy in there, you might be doing a lot of thinking about your health, right? It could be a lot of thinking about your health. Now, it is sextiling Pluto. And that Pluto energy is getting ready to leave your first house, right? It's just because of the degrees that it's at. It's in a sextile. And so it's a very supportive energy about what do you have to do practically in your life to make some changes as far as your health goes and making them. And it's like nothing because it's so supportive. On the other side, we have Mercury is trining Mars in the 8th house. In the 7th house. So let me just see here. Let me just get those. Oh, sorry about that. Let me just see. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, because it's cusping, so it is a trine. Still on this November 2nd, it's like 29, almost 0 degrees of Leo, but it is a trine. It's a solid trine, and in that energy, this is so nice for relationship energy, transformation energy within relationship, creating some sort of transformative energy as well, having to do with something within your marriage. So something that maybe you and a significant other are doing. If you're not married, maybe it's you and a partner, a business partner, a boss, something like that. Having some sort of conversations about how things are going to be moving forward and having some really effective conversations there at that. Ultimately it can be good there. You might be dealing with a significant other who might be going through some things and they need your support right now, feeling very vulnerable, very insecure right now for some reason, regardless of how they might be acting it out. It does seem like this might be going on, but this Mercury, doing this trine to Mars and the sextile to Pluto is very, very supportive of you. Okay. Now we have the Mars opposition, which we have to talk about. I am going to be doing a separate video on this because this can get a little complicated and it's a difficult one, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it because that would be absolutely dishonest, to be honest with you. Can't do it. So let's talk about the one on the 3rd. Mars at 29 degrees in Cancer in your seventh house is going to be opposing Capricorn at 29 degrees in your first house. When we have 29 degrees, the shadow manifestation of that sign comes up. So that first house, you, very stubborn, very dug in, very like not wanting to move things, not wanting to accept something, right? In the sign of Cancer, it's fear, it's vulnerability, right? And these two energies oppose each other. Now, power struggles can happen here, guys, okay? You know, what do you bring to the table? What do they bring to the table? Who's doing more? Who's doing less? You know, is this fair? Is this not fair? Is it going to be a big thing about fairness, right? Fairness isn't fair, fair, right? This whole thing. That's the only day that it's opposing wholeheartedly, right? Initially, they're going to be doing this little dance between Cancer and Leo back and forth, right? But let's just deal with this. November 3rd, it's at Mars opposition at 29 degrees between Cancer and Pluto. Okay. The next day, Mars goes into Leo. It's still in opposition with Pluto in the first house, but it's in an out of bounds opposition, and that could create a lot of fiery energy. That Mars energy in the eighth house is a warrior energy in the house of other people's money. Intimacy. Intimacy, first of all, can be off the charts, which is a really good thing. Fabulous. Connection, commitment, beautiful. It's such a good energy for like wanting to feel close and connected and all of that. But Mars is Mars. So we have to understand both elements there. Okay. And so depending on what you have in your birth chart, right? With that Mars energy opposing Pluto, you're looking at the path that you're on. And then you're saying, okay, business partner, intimate partner, spouse, whatever, insurance situation, inheritance situation, whatever it is, right? This Mars energy can bring some arguments. Don't even bother engaging in the arguments. Don't even bother. And I know a lot of you are going to be like, hell no, if it's not fair, I'm not letting have the conversation, see how rational people can be, who you're dealing with. But outside of that, let it go. Because the bottom line is, in this energy this month, not even worth it. If people are fighting and they want to pull you in because you're going to have this transit, but so is everyone else. And that's something to be mindful. Everyone is going to have Pluto opposing Mars and Leo. And Mars and Leo has ego and intention. And this is what I want. And it's coming on, it's still very close to Cancer, which is that vulnerable energy. So it's not that anybody's got malice attached to them, it's that they're scared. People are going to be acting out of fear. This is going to be such a fear-driven month. Absolutely. But a couple of points. The month of November should be more about addition than subtraction. Addition, adding things. You want to add more understanding. You want to add some things that you feel like enhance your life, whether it's a new way of eating, a new way of taking care of yourself, a new way of communicating, whatever it is, there's got to be more addition than subtraction. Now, the subtraction is going to happen because it's Pluto, but you have to understand that whatever's leaving is not meant to be. And I'm giving myself as an example, and please don't feel sorry for me, but yes, I got mauled by a dog really bad, like really, no lie. The doctor said it was the worst bite he'd ever seen. No kidding. Okay. Down to the bone. The bones are like literally shattered. And they don't know if they want to put pins, whatever. I have my first surgery on Tuesday, whatever. I'm probably never going to have full use of my left hand again. Wow, out of freaking nowhere, right? Out of nowhere. But, I realized right away there's a bigger thing going on here. Now, this is very difficult for me. I'm a tarot reader. I'm a professor. I do a lot of typing. I love to write. I'm working on a book right now. I have all of these difficult. I'm going to work very hard, but chances are I won't get full. Well, I'm going to make the best of it that I can. I'm going to understand that this is going to force me to do my life differently. Because I am a stubborn Capricorn rising, Gemini sun. I know what I want to do this way. I am. I'm stubborn. I'm open-minded and all of that, and I, whatever, because of my Gemini and everything, but I don't, everything happens for a reason, right? And we really have to really embrace that thinking right now, guys. We really, really do. Nothing is leaving us that wasn't supposed to leave us. Nothing. Okay. This is going to be more of a month, though, of gain. There's going to be gain. Nice energies coming in, really nice. I mean, I love how Mars is going to be trining the fourth house. If you're looking to do work on your house, this is excellent. It's really good. I don't care Mercury's going to be retrograde. I know Mercury's going to be retrograde in the 12th house, opposing the 6th. So what? Just make sure that you're getting your prices. You're getting, if you're doing any work on your house, you're having them update whatever additions or subtractions are being made, like on the daily. I'm not joking. Do that. Just so that there's no miscommunication. I don't want you to not do anything, right? Because we don't want that. But let's talk about Venus going into Capricorn on the 11th. I mean, this is a nice energy. Venus going into that, our sign. Nice. I mean, Venus and Capricorn, we're going to be more, people are going to be more attracted to us. People will be more supportive of us just naturally. This is excellent for relationships. This is excellent for, just nurturing things. And, going back to that Mars opposition, I do want to say a couple of good things about it. What's going to be excellent about this Mars opposition, which we're really going to be dealing with, especially over the next 6 months, right? Because it's going to be doing a little bit of a dance there. So much self-discipline and the ability to be assertive and not shy, but not aggressive at the same time. Do you know what I mean? So there's a difference there. Is really going to be in our favor. All right. Now back to Venus in our sign there on the 11th, really does favor commitments in relationships, in finances, in work commitments. Like, yes, I'm committed to this. I'm going to do it. Venus in our sign could bring us a new opportunity for work. It could bring a new opportunity for a relationship, could bring new opportunity to become part of a different type of group of people. For sure, starting really kind of like, especially into like the second into the third week, this energy really does line up really nicely with our introspective side, and we're going to be very focused on securing our foundation so that we know that we're secure moving forward and not feeling so vulnerable, getting very serious. There is a serious leveling up of everyone's maturity. All of the signs are leveling up when it comes to maturity. You can't have this kind of Pluto transit. You just can't without recognizing things. I mean, I suppose you can if you put your head in the sand, right? But those of us, and I don't think that any of you are like that, because otherwise you wouldn't be watching this, right? This is a period of growth and maturity. We're all going through a maturation process. We're all being birthed into a new life. We're all kind of cracking out of the chrysalis right now. And that Venus is a very nice energy in that first house. Nice for money, nice for connections. It's nice energy there for sure. Pluto moves into that Aquarius energy, of course. Finally, good riddance out of our sign. Thank goodness. And listen, like we should I can't clap, but let's give ourselves a hand for making it through all of the tests of Pluto. We will never have to deal with this again in our life. That's it. He's going into the second house. He is not to return to the first house. Now it's Aquarius's turn, right? But at the end of the day, I think we should all sit back, those of us, especially who are Capricorn risings in particular, all Capricorns have been, even Sun and Moon have been going through it, really look at, think back to 2008 and think back to how much growth and how much change and how necessary it all was. Even if you could say, well, you know what, like that thing that happened in like 2014, 2015, I really didn't need that, something like that. Now that could have been because you had other transits going on, but having to do with Pluto, the change is ultimately always to level us up, regardless of what it is. But now it's going into Aquarius in our second house of money, of foundation. Typically when it first enters a sign, it's a heightened energy for the first year and a half to 2 years. And when it leaves, there's a heightened energy. It depends also what's going on in your chart, but you can expect for sure, like windfalls of money. There could be changing in the way that you see yourself, right? In the way that your sense of self and your self-esteem. Things could change, your body can change, guys. And remember, second house is your internal body, it's your internal health, it's your mouth, it's food. So Pluto goes in there. We want to make sure we eating well. Is our health on point? Second house is the house of ancestral patterning. So we really want to be very careful getting ourselves checked. That we don't have anything cooking. Now, you may not experience it early in the transit, but this is just something I really implore you to not forego any doctor's visits. Make sure that you're very, on point with everything, just moving forward, okay? Having to do with your health. This can be absolutely beautiful for creating a new foundation for yourself, feeling a lot more independent, a lot stronger where you are, feeling a lot more in control, because Pluto is very controlling, right? Controlling your finances more, controlling the things that matter to you. But you want to be careful that you're not doing it in any sort of like, maniacal way, but just in a way for self-preservation and feeling more peaceful with your life. And Pluto does allow that for us. But remember, what goes around comes around, right? And so we can have money, and then we could go through periods of having less, and then we have it again, and then less. That is just the nature of Pluto in the second house. But it typically does equal a leveling up at the end of the day. Now we have Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius in the 12th house, and this is happening on November 25th. And this is going to invite a lot of deep reflection, right? Mercury retrograde always invites deep reflection, but it's in the house of the subconscious. It's the house of, how we end things, endings. Mercury retrograde is also the house of the nurse. The 12th house is also the house of the nurse and the caretaker, having to do with prisons. So I hope nobody's going back to prison. Somebody might be going back to rehab again. Maybe, they tried and it was just too much of a struggle the first time, and they go back to that. And if that's your story, I'm sending you so much love and light, and you can do it. Okay. 12th house is also caretaker energy, though. Mercury retrograde could be, kind of slowing us down, right? In the sign of Sagittarius, slowing us down. Perhaps, you have to take care of father energy, or you have to take care of, could be a grandfather, it could be some sort of male energy as well for some of you. For others of you, the Mercury retrograde can be really amazing for your dreams, for your intuition, things coming to you in your sleep, things, also a lot of things coming back from the past. But the insight is crazy. And a lot of this stuff comes in your sleep. And I'm going to share something with you. I'm not going to get so much into the specifics, but I had a premonition, and I have to tell you, I'm such an astrologer. I've been studying astrology for so long, and I love tarot. You guys know that. And, I love to blend it and all of that. But to me, this is my Capricorn rising, I make sense out of everything. Like everything has to make sense to me, like my earth, right? All the earth, right? I got that my Taurus moon. It's cusp with Gemini, but it's like very practical, like very practical. I'm very practical about everything. So even when I get these intuitions and these downloads, I'm very practical in my approach. I had a hard time having a practical approach the other day. I got up, I had to write it down. I called my husband right away. I was like, I have to tell another human being these things because I feel like they're coming. I was just like, the election in the United States, it's not going to be clean. Not that it's going to be dirty, but it's not going to be like an even Steven, like this one wins or that one wins. I don't know what's going to happen. Something there's going to be a recount or something. There's going to be some sort of situation. And I had this a couple of months ago. I shared it where I had a foreign entity was going after the ex-president, and that ended up coming to fruition. We found that out. And so these downloads having to do with like the markets and gold and silver, I was getting like downloads, just downloads, and I was just writing all of these things down. And this happened, and that's why I am feeling this energy already. I mean, it was so like I was in a twilight, and it was so real. It was unbelievable. And I was being fed this information. And normally I can be very realistic about it. And, I read a lot. I'm like, okay, it's because I read this or that, or it's because I need to understand this. Okay. This was so, though, so specific about like gold. Like, don't buy gold bars, get gold coins, make sure you're stocking things out. And this was a week and a half ago, like 2 weeks ago. Okay. Suddenly my husband starts seeing stuff like on the internet yesterday of people saying prepare for something, and I'm like, okay, maybe that, because I'm trying to keep everybody calm, like fear monger, but I can't get away from the fact that I did have this premonition. I don't want to go into the whole thing, but I'm saying like this, it's so real. Things are going to be coming to you in your sleep, realization, solutions, general solutions to things. Um, yeah, so let me know if you're having any of those experiences, because it's very real, especially with, and Mercury it's just getting ready to go into pre-shadow, right? But we already have that Mercury is direct and doing its thing, along with, we have a lot of energies in there, right? I mean, we have Pallas in there, Venus ultimately. Then we have the new moon in Sagittarius on November 30th. Again, now this is going to be happening in the 12th house as well. Really, a lot more optimism is going to be happening here in that 12th house. This is great for problem solving. This is great for feeling more optimistic about your health, more optimistic about getting through something, broadening your perspective, really underscoring your personal growth, and where it is that you see things going. And the reason why, and it's very interesting, sort of on the note of what I was just saying about this premonition that I had, a lot of you guys might be having them as well, guys, because remember, the United States is a Sagittarius rising, and we do have Sagittarius in the 12th house. We have all of these energies in there, and it's like messages are going to be downloaded having to do with like that Sagittarius energy, right? It's like pushing through, right, from that previous house. This is what happens sometimes, in Saturn, our chart ruler is like, father energy over our shoulder saying, pay attention to this. This is important to note. And, so I think everything is going to be fine. I don't want everybody to get very like nervous about everything, because I do, there's a lot of fear mongering going on, and I don't want to be part of that. But I just wanted to share that experience with you guys. But anyway, generally speaking, you guys have a lot of really supportive energy having to do with like family, having to do with just people in your life. Very social month, more social than you might even want to be. Because you are going to want to kind of hide. You're definitely going to want to kind of hide because of all the energies that are going on in the 12th. But getting out there and going to things that you're invited to is going to be a good way to go. Okay, guys. So I hope this was helpful in some way. Thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hi, Aquarius. Happy November. Okay. Wow, this is the month we've all been waiting for. Let's get to it. New moon in Scorpio on November 1st. This is going to be an opening the month with an intense energy. It's happening in your 10th house, which is an angular house. It's a house of action. Okay. Now, I actually think this is going to be a beautiful thing for you. It is going to be working with Saturn in a beautiful trine. Saturn is retrograde in your second house of money. So, with that new moon in the 10th house and that Saturn retrograde energy in the second, who's getting a new job, who's getting a raise. There's some sort of opportunity that could be coming in. Some of you could be getting some new employment. There could be some sort of change, realization though, because moon is a luminary. There's a light, there's new information brought in the sign of Scorpio for change in the 10th house, which has to do with, yes, it's your career, but not everybody's working. How people know you. So it could be the status of your marriage. So for some of you, I hope none where it's like suddenly you're realizing you're getting a divorce or some sort of relationship is ending, right? Only if you're happy about it do I wish that for you. But it could also be changing your plans for the future, like a sudden change of plans coming in, right? With this new information, this new realization. And this offers a really beautiful energy for setting intentions related to personal growth and healing. Really good. So that second house is not only your money, it's also your sense of self, your self-esteem, your possessions, and anything that you really care about, like anything that you attach the word worth to. So this can absolutely help you to transform through letting go of any sort of old patterns, old ways of thinking about yourself, finding new confidence, finding and realizing that there's no value add in embracing the shy or I'm not like them or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Or I'm just so different than them. Different is beautiful, especially now in the age of Aquarius. Different is beautiful. Embrace that. However, you're unique. I always say that wherever your Aquarius is, go in, lean into it, and love it because that's where you're your most unique self. Okay. But it's letting go of any sort of like self-limiting behavior. So I do like that because we need some positive change here. We want the positive change. You guys are going through so much change out of all of the signs, right? Especially you guys. So we do have the next day, we have on the 1st, we have Mercury transiting in the sign of Scorpio. Now it's going to be forming a trine and a sextile to Mars and Pluto respectively. And this is going to be really sharpening your focus, which is really nice. Really, you're going to be realizing things. Truths are going to be exposed here. Now your Mercury energy is in the 11th house, and that Mars energy is in the 7th. So this could have to do with, it's a trine though. It's very supportive. So you may be thinking about some sort of new action plan having to do with a relationship, having some sort of really positive, because the 11th house has to do with goals, gains in the future, as well as your friends and groups that you're involved with. But with this trine, maybe you're getting a new job, maybe you're getting a new contract offered to you, or maybe you're doing your job, but you're doing it differently, something like that, right? Because it's trining. There could be something new in the arena of relationship, like I said a moment ago, where there's some sort of like, okay, we've been saying that we need to do this, this, and this. Well, this looks like it's working out. So then we're going to be able to move forward in this direction. You know what I mean? So I do think that that's good. It's also going to be sextiling Pluto, which is a good thing. Now that Pluto energy is getting ready to get out of the 12th house. This is going to be a very interesting energy for you because Pluto is very controlling. And in the 12th house, it's like you're there's a reservation, right, about Pluto in the 12th house. I remember when Pluto was in my 12th house, like I was so like regimented and like my, excuse me, my my thought process and my routines and this, right? And and then when Pluto went into my first house, I was just sort of like cracked out of the chrysalis, right? I mean, it was just sort of like this very different energy. You guys are going to be going through this, right? For sure. But that Pluto at 29 degrees is going to be sextiling this Mercury energy. And so it's going to be encouraging at the very beginning of the month, like letting those last shreds of Pluto and Capricorn in that 12th house, in the house of the hidden. What do you have to let go of? Any sort of limiting beliefs, any sort of self-sabotaging behavior, any sort of feeling sorry for yourself at all, anything like that, letting go of that, right? It's letting it go. And this is very supportive because it's Mars sextiling this energy. So this is going to be easy for you. You're going to be able to more easily confront your inner challenges. And in confronting those inner challenges is going to help you to transform through letting go of these old patterns that need to go, right? Again, that 12th house energy is the house of letting go. Now we have Mercury transiting a couple of different ways here. It's in Scorpio, it's forming that trine. Yeah, so nice energies there. We just talked about that, forgive me. But this is such a good time to clarify your priorities and plan like long-term actions, not like the next 2 months or 3 months, really, like at least the next 5 years. It's really, if not even longer, is really what you want to be dealing with. And we do have a Mars opposition coming up, and this could be a little bit of a tricky energy. So Mars is going to be a 29-degree Cancer, and Pluto is a 29-degree Capricorn. And that Cancer energy is in your sixth house, and then of course Pluto is in your 12th house. And so when we have this opposition, there's a tug of war. And that tug of war can happen between your sixth house of your day-to-day work environment, between that and what you really want to do, 12th house. It could be your sixth house of health, mental, physical, emotional, and the 12th house of disease and disease. So there might be something cooking having to do with your health. Sixth house also has to do with your pets, and the 12th house also has to do with the health of them in opposition. But there could be something coming up in that arena, okay? And so that opposition is not fun. It's not fun. It's happening exact like that, 29-degree. But remember, the 29-degree, it brings up the shadow manifestation of whatever that energy is. So Capricorn can be very stubborn, and Cancer can be very vulnerable. So it's not that we're being vulnerable to be difficult. We're feeling vulnerable because we're scared of something. So you might be looking at this idea and you're like, oh gosh, because Pluto and Capricorn is also work, right? Maybe changing work. So a lot of you could be really nervous about actually changing jobs, changing your day-to-day work environment, changing your responsibilities. There could be some sort of fear factor associated with it, right? And that's what happens here, right? And it's this tug of war. So I just want you to know it, and just know that this 6-month transit is going to be rolling out. Now, Mars is not staying in Cancer. The next day on the 4th, Mars goes into Leo in your 7th house. Now, it's still going to be opposing Pluto, though, but it's going to be in an out of bounds opposition, which can be a little bit of a frenetic energy. You just want to make sure that the fear that you're feeling, that you don't take it out on the people closest to you. You just want to be a little careful of that, okay? Because that Mars energy in Leo in the 7th house can bring that. It could bring fights in relationships and people closest to you. It doesn't have to be a marriage partner. It could be a significant other. It could be anyone who you're really, really close with, right? Who you have some sort of like that emotional bonds with. But it could also have to do with your boss or bosses, right? Because that's 7th house as well. Also, your energetic output. And Mars, though, what's good about Mars is he gives us the energy that we need to do stuff. So you could be very motivated in the sign of Leo to do what it is that you want in the area of relationship, in the area of your work. You could be really focused on that. And with that Pluto at 29-degree, in Capricorn, you know, feeling like kind of like stuck. And you don't want to feel stuck anymore. You want options. You want to bring yourself more options. It's like you've been trying to hold your own for a while now. And now it's like time to break out of that, right? But it takes time, guys. This is the thing. This opposition is going to be going on for 6 months. It's like truly like a birthing process, right? The new is coming, but you have to understand it. It really kind of started last month in October, but we're just taking steps closer and closer to it. But a lot of big changes are going to start showing themselves this month, right? So I'm going to talk more about the oppositions because it will be going on for 6 months in a separate video. Where I'll be more specific with dates and stuff, okay, having to do with that. Just understand that first Mars opposition, it hits on the 3rd of November. So very, very push-pull kind of energy, okay? And obviously Capricorn ruling the government and Cancer ruling home, there's going to be opposition. It's going to be a wacky energy, not comfortable, I am sure, come November 5th, 6th, through the middle of November, just generally speaking, okay? Now, let's talk about something a little nicer, like Venus and Capricorn. That's going on November 11th, and that's going to be happening in your 12th house. And Venus in the 12th house, Venus in the 12th house is just lovely. It's great for your sleep. It's great for your imagination. It's very creative. If you're doing anything, like if you're wanting to write a book, or if you're doing anything behind the scenes, very good energy there. Very good energy having to do with work, if you are in a situation where, you do work behind the scenes, or you do any sort of planning, anything like that is very good. Nice energy connected to any type of prayer, any kind of spirituality, any kind of tarot, Reiki, meditation. But more than anything, this is a very supportive energy to let go of things that need to be let go of already, you know, just kind of letting go of it. Where is your astray? Your astray is in the sign of Libra in the ninth house. So for a lot of you, this is really kind of like very specific, but for a lot of you, there's going to have to be a realization and this letting go of an energy where you might be holding on too tight to the manifestation of father energy in your life when it comes to how it is that you do relationships and as far as how it is that you view yourself in the workplace as well, meaning like your sense of self and self-esteem. And it's time to let go of that, not to get too deep with you, but you know, Astray is going to be activated, and you don't want to let Astray get activated by Black Moon Lilith, which they are because they're within 1 degree this whole month in that ninth house in the sign of Libra. So you want to make sure that, you know, if there are any issues, any snafus that come up in relationships that having to do with a boss or, you know, anybody that you're connected to, you want to just be very mindful of, you know, the possibility that you might be reacting based on like father energy, lack of father energy, the overwhelming of father energy, whatever it is. Even if dad was great, you know, there were certain things, and there's got to be this idea that you're you. You're your own person. And even though you know that, you're really moving into a space of acceptance having to do with that, for sure. Now, the we've been talking about this Pluto moving into Aquarius, I feel like for 2 years, and it's been 2 years since I've been talking about it, but it is going into your first house. And I did do separate videos, so you might want to check that out. Lots of videos out there about Pluto moving into Aquarius in your first house, but just, you know, as a reminder, definitely an important shift, potentially aligning with your transformative journey in themes of anything connected to collective purpose, innovation, anything like that. Having a heavy Aquarius energy, you know, especially Aquarius risings, are actually pretty good with technology. Also very good at doing anything working with the masses, working with groups of people, like for the greater collective, very good there. So expect some changes there. You guys are going to be doing a lot of change. Now, you should know a lot of changes in general, but you do want to know what's going on in your first house. You know what Pluto is actually going to be speaking to in your chart, okay? Because it's going to be a little different depending on your degrees and what other planets are going to be working with this Pluto transit, as well. We also have that Mercury going retrograde, and that's happening on November 25th in your 11th house. So you want to be careful of any sort of snafus in communication when it comes to friends, right? Older siblings, stepchildren, grandchildren, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, any sort of in-laws, anything like that. We want to be careful there. But Mercury retrograde, I love Mercury retrograde. And what's good about it is Mercury retrograde is great to sit down and have conversations with people, you know, friends, groups, like if you're working with groups, there could be miscommunication. So you need to be careful that you're not unclear, right? So especially for those of you who, you know, you might have Neptune retrograde, or Uranus retrograde in your first house, or in your third house, or if you were born with Mercury retrograde, generally you could, you know, it's like nothing for you, but you know, if you're somebody who feels like you never really understood. And a lot of Aquarians feel like that a lot of the times. They will feel really understood, not the way that you intend anyway, right? It could be like difficult. So slow down, make sure your communication is clear, is very well thought out. But that not you're overthinking. You don't want to struggle with analysis paralysis, right? With this Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius, because it is a Jupiter ruled energy, so it can expand things, right? Right, in that Sagittarius energy. So, but it's also Sagittarius is a manifestation of father energy. So don't be surprised if you find yourself in some sort of You could be in a very nostalgic phase when it comes to your dad, or there could be some sort of challenges with communication with your dad or even a grandfather as well during this period. Don't read into it too much. It's temporary, it's not going to last. But this is the 11th house. Mercury retrograde in Sag is a great energy to review any plans around your goals and gains and your future, like mapping out like the next 5 to 10 years. Where do you see yourself, and really looking at that from a more broader perspective than you have been. This is a really good energy to do it. And now on November 30th, we have the new moon in Sagittarius in that 11th house. Again, this new moon is a light, it's a luminary. Sagittarius is about growth and expansion. It's about laws, legalities, local governance. It's about traveling. So you might even be traveling, having to do something with work or even with friends. 11th house energy is friends. But this is going to be giving you some sort of new sense of purpose, this new sense of optimism. This is a great energy to just go after some new opportunities that come up. Don't say no to stuff. Go after stuff, right? A lot of you may be getting some sort of new opportunity again with employment because of that Scorpio energy that's being lit up. Or at least doing work differently, for sure. A lot of you may not be very thrilled about your job right now because you have Hades and Kronos both retrograde in Cancer in your 6th house. Well, I was like, I want to do something different, right? So a lot of you may be feeling that way. And this is a really nice energy to make the transition. And when I say this energy, it's starting this month, but this energy rolls out for the next 6 months. Okay. So don't be shy looking for new work and all of that. All right. So I hope this was helpful, Aquarius. Thanks for hanging with me. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hi, Pisces. I hope you guys are doing great. So, welcome to November. We have this new moon in Scorpio in your 9th house, starting off the month on the 1st. Intense energy, right? With that new moon in there. It's going to be in there with Vulcan and the sun and lots of stuff going on in there. But 9th house energy has to do with politics. Oh, be careful, right? It's politics, it's law, legalities, local governance. It's also higher education, higher mindedness. Father energy. It's connected to foreign land and foreign travel, right? Any sort of foreign entities. It also has to do with publishing and marketing, advertising, launching something, getting something out there. Pluto's all about change and transformation. So this is a very nice energy for you guys, right? It is. I mean, it's this new moon. The moon is a luminary. Something new is being discovered, new is being lit up. Now, what I hope nothing is, I hope I wish this for none of you, that it could also be some challenges with the law, because a new moon in Scorpio could be like, oh, hold on a second, what was going on here? Where you end up like getting arrested or having some sort of legal situation. I don't want anybody to get arrested. So hopefully that does not resonate with any of you, but I just have to say it. Now, for the most of you, this 9th house also is very connected to religion, organized or otherwise, and just like your general beliefs. And with this new moon in Scorpio, it could really help you to face your inner challenges and transform these things that maybe you feel like you've been struggling with for a while to let go of and finally let go of them. That's what this new moon in Scorpio is now, especially because it happens to be trining Saturn retrograde in your 1st house, right? So this is very beautiful because there's the allowance to do some healing there. And whatever happens here when it comes to this realization in the 9th house of growth and expansion, trining with Saturn, whatever you're looking to grow and expand, whatever you're looking to change, whatever you're looking to just literally to grow on, it's going to last, Pisces. It's going to last because it's trining Saturn retrograde nonetheless. So this is beautiful, beautiful energy. But the thing is, allowing those things to manifest is also going to require you to let go of any sort of negative patterns that maybe you've been holding on to, whatever those are, right? Whether it's negative self-talk or imposter syndrome or anything like that, that's not making you feel like the best version of yourself, right? That's going to be So much easier in this energy. Now, going on to the second, we have this Mercury is doing a couple of transits here in Scorpio. It's forming a trine and then a sextile with Mars and Pluto, respectively. So we have the Mercury energy is in your 10th house of career, public reputation, your standing in the world, long-term goals, status of your marriage, right? Now we happen to do sextile and a trine. Beautiful. Okay. So it's sextiling Pluto in that the edge of the 11th house at 29 degrees, having to do with goals and gains, right? Having to do with friends, friend groups, having to do with the masses, the collective, getting out there, being out there. It also is the house of innovations, right? Any kind of innovation that you could think of, scientific, technological, right? Beautiful energy. Now, Mars sextiling that energy of Pluto, which is very much about controlling energy. The illuminated version of that is that you could be working in that arena. You could be coming up with new ideas. You could be getting some sort of employment and, in any of those arenas having to do with other people. But I also just want to note that sextile, the 11th house, because it's ruled by Uranus and Uranus rules technology, and Pluto brings up things from the past, right? Brings things up. Some of you may be realizing that somebody got into like one of your accounts. Somebody got into something that, I'm not even saying like money, but it could be money because Pluto does rule banking. But, anything having to do with like online, or they somehow got your information, but because it's a sextile, you're going to get notified. You're going to find out, right? So keep your spidey senses tuned up and tuned on. Do not allow, just take extra special, especially, oh my goodness, especially for the next, I'm saying 6 months, but I really mean 2 years. I do. Just be careful because we're going to have a lot of that. So I'm going to be doing a separate video though on the Pluto-Mars opposition, and I'm going to talk more about it in that one. But for now, I do think that this is a good energy. Now that Mars energy is also trining Mars in the 6th house. So Mercury in the 10th house of career, Mars in the 6th house of work. Nice energy there. It's supportive, giving you a lot of gumption. That Mars energy. No, I'm sorry. Initially, it's going to be still in until November 4th. It's still going to be in Cancer at the energetic 29th degree. Okay. But it's still going to be a trine there. So the Mars energy in there is really focused on feeling secure, really focused on, but man, are you feeling sensitive? You're feeling sensitive. You want to focus on your security. You want to feel like you're stable and you're good in your relationship, having to do with your children, having to do with your business is very important, right? Because it's on the edge of the 5th house, right? With a very supportive energy there in that trine. Now let's talk about the Mars opposition, November 3rd with Pluto. So Pluto is at 29 degrees Capricorn and Mars is still at that 29 degrees Cancer. So it's a direct opposition between houses 11 and 5. So it's a tug of war between, it's kind of like a me versus we, what you really want and what other people want from you. Your joy and happiness, what you really want, right? Your relationship, your business, your children, all of that. And then the 11th house has to do with the future and the goals and gains. So some of your kids might be getting ready to move out and you're dealing with that. Or there might be some sort of challenges between, like your friends and your significant other, or, family members and certain family members and your children, right? It's this opposition. It's not a nice opposition. I'm going to be straight. I'm telling all the signs. I'm not sugarcoating this. This is why I'm going to do a separate video. This is the thing. It's going to happen whether I talk about it or not, because it's in the astrology. Better to know about it. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. I always say that. And that's it. And we just deal with it. Now, this is the thing. That Mars opposition is exact on November 3rd. On November 4th, Mars moves into Leo in your 6th house. It's still opposing Pluto, though, because Pluto is still 29 degrees and that Mars is only at 0 degrees. It's called an out-of-bound opposition. So when we're going into like the 4th into the 5th, Energy is going to be crazy. Okay. So honestly, and I'm talking about just for each of us individually. And a lot of us are just like so tired of all of, right? It's just tired of like the election and even if you don't live in the States, it's just like a lot of stuff going on everywhere. And it's like a lot of heated stuff going on, guys. There's a lot. This is like not the best time for the world right now. And I don't want to get into the mundane astrology just yet. I'm going to make a separate video about that. But and this is, I'm not about fear mongering. Everything is ultimately going to not only be okay, it's not only going to be okay, it's going to end up better than where we are, but we have to go through the growth process. So please don't be afraid of anything. But I also want everybody to understand while we're going through it, what's going on, right? So we are going to have that out of bounds opposition. Now, for you guys, that Pluto energy, at least on the 4th, it's still going to be at 29 degrees in Capricorn, but that Mars energy is going to be at 0 degrees in Leo in the 6th house of work. Now, Mars in the 6th house, by the way, I love Mars in the 6th house. Mars in the 6th house is so energizing for work and exercise and taking really good care of yourself. So it's awesome for that, right? And it's opposing Pluto. So Pluto is really pulling out change. And so some of you may be forced to actually take better care of yourselves, right? You might be presented with some sort of situation having to do with your health or having to do with some sort of, condition like that, only because you do have Chiron in the 2nd house, which rules not only ancestral patterning, but also the health of our inner body. And with Chiron in there, things could be cooking. It doesn't have to be anything serious, but where you're realizing, okay, wow, I really need to like take better care of myself. Like this is very important. Um, but 11th house is also group work, and 6th house is your daily work environment. So you want to make sure that you're not in too much of a push-pull energy with your coworkers or your friends. This is the kind of thing, or with the masses, right? Just very against what's going on out in the masses. So we just really want to take a deep breath, right? Because this opposition is very powerful, guys. Mars is very close to Earth right now. It's just the way it is right now, okay? I will do a separate video on that, but let's move to Venus going into Capricorn on November 11th, which is going to be in your 11th house. This is very nice for making new friends, meeting people, any sort of like, if you're invited someplace, go. Definitely groups of people, meeting new people. I don't want to say fraternizing, but you know what I mean. I can't remember the word. What is happening? When you're mingling a lot with people for work purposes, you know what I mean. Somebody will put it in the comments. Doing all of that is great for making new friendships. Venus in the 11th house, especially in the sign of Capricorn, these are things that are lasting. So it's like if you make friends with somebody in this energy, it's going to last. You can find a special attraction towards befriending people who are older than you. Now, because Capricorn does rule government, Venus and Capricorn in the 11th house rules the masses, you may find yourself gravitating significantly more towards people who share your same political views, right? Or your same life views, right? And then creating relationships that last a long time. This is certainly something you could even be getting a new job. Venus and Capricorn can indicate new employment. And in the 11th house, it could be in something having to do with technology, having to do with the masses, having to do with, um, like getting the word out there as well. You can actually make money in that space, but such a good energy for nurturing your long-term goals. And just, it's a very introspective energy, I will say. So, you might be focusing on securing your foundations and cultivating a lot of stability in your life when it comes to your future. That could be your whole focus now, especially over the course of the next 2 years. Like, how am I going to be okay? I'm going to focus on that right now. Pluto moves into Aquarius, of course, on November 19th. We've been talking about this for about 2 years now, and it's finally here, which is really good for all of us, especially me as a Capricorn rising. I'm like, goodbye, get out of my sign. But nice energy for you guys. This is happening in the 12th house. So, Pluto in the 12th house is very interesting. And of course, it does depend on what you may have in your 12th house, in your birth chart. Of course, it's going to really color your experience, right? But Pluto in the 12th house, Pluto's very controlling, and the 12th house is behind the scenes. And what's very interesting here, especially because of that Mars opposition, this idea of like self-control and being very like regimented can really become a thing for you guys, which is normally not a way that you guys are. I mean, you can be that way for sure, but with Pluto in there, Pluto is so powerful in the 12th house that he creates a level of and it sounds weird that I'm going to say stability because he's not stable. He's about change and transformation, but he's very controlling. So, and it's in this house of self-sabotage. It's in the house of addictions. It's in the house of, endings. It's in the house of, but he's a very controlling energy, right? So when you have that controlling energy in the house of addiction, you're going, especially opposing Mars, you're actually going to be able to kick things that have been really, really challenging for you to stop doing so much more easily. And it's so much more easily. And ending things that need to be ended and cleansing what needs to be cleansed. And of course, look, there are endings and then there are beginnings in that space, right? And Pluto beginnings in the 12th house, you become so, I mean, if you guys are not loving enough already, hello, you Pisces, even more so because it's in your home. You guys live in the 12th house. So this is going to be very personal. That it's going to be less for any other sign. You are the one sign where it's going to be the least obvious to most people, but it's going to be the most obvious to you, where you're just going to be changing, especially in the next 2 years, within what you allow yourself to hold on to, how you allow yourself to be treated, what you allow in your life. Pluto's going to be very supportive of moving that out. It just really is. Now, the next thing is we have this Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius in your 10th house. Again, so we do want to be careful. Mercury retrograde in the house of career, public reputation, and standing in the world. Just want to always be a little careful there, right? Because, it's career, it's people, it opposes your home. So there could be misunderstandings within the home, misunderstandings at work. But you know what? So what? Mercury is retrograde half the time. Please don't worry about it. Just make sure, because it's in the 10th house, if you're given any paperwork or if you're planning on doing anything big, right? I'm not saying don't do it because we have to live life. Right. Mercury's retrograde half the time. We have to live life. But make sure that you're reading all the fine print on something. And by the way, if you're Mercury retrograde natally, just do your life. Just do you. Don't even worry about it. Truly. This is like it's supportive energy actually of you. So just read, double check, don't send the email until you finish reading it, the text message, double check appointment times, you know what I'm saying? All of those things. If you are, maybe you're not working, but you're like, oh, I want to buy I want to buy a house here for my retirement or whatever. Please make sure that you scope the area, you talk to people, things like that, because Mercury retrograde, because Mercury rules neighborhoods and neighbors and it's retrograde. So you might get like a false impression of a place, communication could be off, your decision making could be a little off in that space. It can be there for a couple of months. Not a big deal though, guys. I mean, it sounds, people worry so much about Mercury retrograde. You have to just laugh at Mercury retrograde because he's just funny. He just is, especially in funny Sagittarius. They just laugh, 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 laugh. Now we have the new moon in Sag to end the month on the 30th. Nice energy here, even though Mercury is retrograde in that space. That new moon and energy in Sagittarius could actually bring new employment, some sort of new idea for your future. I mean, new moon in Sagittarius, especially, listen, for those of you who happen to, if you happen to like work in the for the government in some way, because 10th house is government, Sagittarius has to do with like law, legalities, anything like that. New moon in that space could bring a new opportunity. Look, just in general, it could bring some sort of new opportunity having to do with your career, some sort of new. But what I like about this energy is it's about purpose, right? But there's an optimism to it, which I like. The optimism is there. It's such a good energy for exploring new opportunities, anything that's really going to expand your personal growth, where Sagittarius expand that personal growth, and really feel more secure, right? Because this energy wants to expand your energy of security. And the thing is, it's happening on the 30th, but it's going to be rolling out over the next 6 months. So this is just something I want you to be mindful of. It's also trining that Mars energy in the sixth. So this is good energy, okay? Good energy for your health, supportive for your health, supportive for your daily work environment, supportive for any of those sixth house related, 10th house related things. Really nice energy. But that's what I have for you guys. Again, this is just so full of opportunities and an intentional transformation right now. So I wish you guys the best. Thanks for hanging with me, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.